We're going to go low-tech here this morning. The meeting of the State Board of Higher Education for Friday, June 17th is called to order. We do have a few people running late due to stormy weather, but we're going to go ahead and proceed. At this point, I'd like to, I want to thank for last night, Lisa Feldner, Dr. Feldner, for inviting us out to her home and her ranch. What a great time. Is Lisa here? There we go. Lisa, thank you. I'll tell you, to be able to get together and spend some time, these are the kinds of, relationships that we build so that we are able to conduct our business. And Lisa, thank you. And I wanted to give you just a moment to bring us up to date on the IT here.
Well, once again, because we are streaming this meeting, this facility doesn't have a high bandwidth. So if you are using, we need you to shut off the Wi-Fi on your phones and any Wi-Fi that you have on your devices, because we need all the bandwidth we can to stream out to our stakeholders. So if you need help with that, there's several of us around the room that can help you do that, but just run on your cellular devices, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. I'd also once again like to thank the Lewis and Clark Interpretive Center, Foundation, staff, and David Borlaug. David is here working in his office. He will be available to give us tours of the building here when we take our break or at lunchtime. So I encourage you to take part in that. I'll also remind you that these are gifts to us. Anybody who has them or have little cards, it'd be very nice to support the gift shop here. This is a great facility. I'd also like to point out that we have two board members who are joining us for their final time. Both Emma and Brett, will be recognizing them later in the meeting, but just so you know that this is their last meeting, congratulate them, thank them during the day here, and I would like to officially call this the Student Board Day, in thanks to Brett, who's been a tremendous asset to the board. So this will be our official Student Board Day. All right? So proclaimed is right. With that, Christy, if you could call roll for us.
Board Chair Nessett.
Here.
Mr. Morton.
Here.
Dr. Melliker.
Here.
Mr. Steedman. I think I heard him. Yeah. Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Ms. Reichert. Yes. Mr. Ness. Mr. Hacker. Ms. Tufte. Here. Dr. Murphy.
All right, thank you. Moving to the agenda. This is an action item. I would like to make a couple of changes. We still have some work to do on our items number 6, 7, and 8. So at this point, 6, 7, 8 will be pulled from the agenda. We still have work to do on those. That means that the board will not be entering into executive session this morning. So we will conduct our business as a full board open meeting. Are there any other additions or corrections to the agenda? I will ask, is Mr. Steedman on the phone?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Greg. At that point, I'd like if we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So move.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. Christy?
Dr. Melliker.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Mr. Steedman.
Yes.
Ms. Reichert. Yes. Board Chair Ness.
Yes. Okay, a real treat for us this morning. This morning we have cultured millennials and technology from a wired differently perspective. I'll go to the Chancellor for an introduction for our guest speaker this morning.
Yes, it's my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce Vern Dosch, that many of you know already, but for those who don't, real quickly, he is the Chief Executive Officer of NISC, or National Information Solutions Cooperative, which is a nationally recognized technology firm. The number of awards that it's won, I could list down the list, but basically recognized one of the top 100 companies, the HDI Matrix of Elite 50, But the key thing about Vern is, in addition to his long roots here in North Dakota, is how they treat people and the culture they have there. The employee stability is remarkable. The culture that builds up the person, but the organization, and it's just obviously one of the things we're working here is servant leadership, taking care of our young people, taking care of the state, our universities, and we're just honored to have him here. And with that, sir, if you'd like to join us, and you can talk, and we'll slide over here so we can see the slides. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Berndahl.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I have to be honest with you. I feel like I'm a little out of my element. It isn't too often that I wear a tie. And we work for a technology company, so I'm more apt to be in a meeting with a bunch of computer scientists with their hats on sideways wearing flip-flops than I am talking to a distinguished board or university president. So you'll have to forgive me a little bit as I get adjusted to this. But it's great to be here. And I so appreciate the opportunity, thank you, Chancellor, to visit with you, because I so admire the work that the university system does. I know it's difficult work. But speaking as someone who has grown up in this state, has raised a family in this state, is a product of the university system, and whose business that I work for, NISC, absolutely depends on the university system. And I say that without a whole lot of drama, but our ability to grow in North Dakota, our ability to add technical jobs, careers in North Dakota is very much tied to the university system. I have the privilege of working with Carrie Reichert. As VP of People Services for NISC, I always say to Carrie, you are the keeper of the culture of NISC. You are the keeper of the culture. And so for me to have an opportunity to have a little time with you and tell you about some of the philosophy of our organization, and I don't come to you today as an expert on culture or millennials or technology. I come to you as someone who has a passion for this state, who is very appreciative of the university system, and who believes that this state has a great future and the university system has a great future. So those are the things this morning that I'd like to address in the time that I have with you. Culture and how that relates to leadership. I'd like to talk about the millennials, and I feel like I'm preaching to the choir because that's really your world. And it very much is my world also. Our average age on this Mandan campus is about 34 years old, and we have quite a few people that have been with us for more than 25 years, more than 30 years, some more than 40 years. But about 85% of the new hires that are coming into our organization are coming directly out of the university system. And we have a philosophy within NISC that we grow our own. So you're not going to see Carrie's recruiters trying to bring people in from San Jose or Boston. You will see her working to bring students in from all across the Midwest. And our philosophy is we'll bring bright, aspiring students in, and we will make investments in them. We will make investments in these individuals and build their careers. And our experience over the last 50 years has been that that's how we effectively build this company. We'll also talk about the impact of technology. And you know, for us, that's the world we live in. But I don't care if it's higher ed or healthcare or banking or whatever the case might be. Technology is certainly a disruptor, and I'd like to talk some about that. So let's talk about culture and leadership. I sat down over the last couple of days and read through your strategic plan. And as someone that has a vested interest in the university system in North Dakota, there were three things, and as a taxpayer, there are three things that jumped out at me. best value in the nation, delivering education when and where, and a unified system. Those are the three pieces as I read through that just jumped out at me. And I will tell you, as an employer who is dependent upon the university system and as a taxpayer, that's music to my ears. That's music to my ears, those types of goals. Now, I hope they're attainable. I hope you hold people accountable. You know, my concern with strategies and goals is sometimes, as they say down south, they listen good, but they don't make a lot of sense. They're not very attainable. I don't like being in church when they have the intentions and they say something like, world peace. We want to pray for world peace. And I'm thinking, well, that's great, and I hope we can do that, but maybe we should start with our families. Maybe we should start with our communities and then think about world peace. So what I'm saying is, I hope in your planning process that accountability and that reasonableness is there. I'll never forget years ago, the former CEO, we had a major development project that we had to do. And it was critical for us to be competitive in the marketplace. We needed this product. And so the CEO called our folks in from research and development and said, we're going to do this product. I want you to scope it. I want you to give me a business plan, time frame, all of that. 2 weeks later, they came back in. They said, this project's going to take about 18 months, sir. And he said, not acceptable. This is a competitive strategy. We have to have this product done in 9 months. They said, we can't do it. He said, it will be done in 9 months. We're putting a press release out. We're telling our customers that they can expect it in 9 months. And these employees, this whole development team was defeated before they even started. And the project was delivered in 18 months. So my only admonition internally with NISC and with anyone that's talking about strategic planning is make sure that your goals are attainable, not that they just sound good. I've come to understand that whether it's higher ed or the private sector, culture really does matter. It really does matter. I will tell you, early in my career, I thought that it was a little fluffy, that it just sounded good, but probably didn't really impact things. But I've come to understand in my career over the last 41 years that culture really does matter. We deal with a lot of utilities, about 750 utilities around the country. And during my career, I've probably been in about 500 of those offices, and you walk in and you say, well, it's utility. They buy power wholesale, they sell it retail, they bill it. How different can that be? But every single one of our customers, of our members, has a personality. And I have absolutely come to the understanding that there's a correlation between a positive, progressive culture and a high-performing organization. I mean bottom line, I mean customer engagement, I mean employee engagement. And also the other way, where there's a heavy culture, where it's a negative culture, where it's a punitive culture. You can see that on the financial results. You can see that on how they deliver their product. And so I've really become a believer and kind of an evangelist on the importance of culture. The other thing that I've come to understand in my career is the importance of trust. A while back, we had all of our senior managers read this book together. It's that important. In my career, I've been in situations where there has been a very low trust factor between the CEO and the board of directors, between the CEO and his staff, between management in general and the employees. And I've seen a lot of wasted energy when there's low trust. I've seen a lot of energy wasted in preserving people's positions and titles and stature rather than taking care of the business. On the other hand, I've seen situations where there is very high trust. Not necessarily agreement on every issue, but a trust that everybody around that table has the best interests of the organization, the best interests of the customers, the best interests of the employees at hand. And I've really seen the power of that when there is high trust. I've seen the power of what can be accomplished. I have a bookshelf full of business books that I've accumulated over my career. It's kind of my weakness. But I keep coming back to this book, To Good to Great. The book is getting a little dated. It was released in 2001 by Jim Collins. So it's 15 years old. And some of the companies that were listed as great don't even exist anymore. In fact, in 2009, he wrote a follow-up book called Why the Mighty Fail, trying to explain why some of these great companies went away. There's a lot of good information in the book. It's well researched. I think that's why I like it. But there's one point that is so poignant to me, and that I remember reading the book years ago for the first time, and it just was one of those aha moments. And it was a study that Jim Collins had done. They had surveyed several thousand successful companies, great companies. And what they were looking for was that common thread that was identified with the CEO. What is the characteristic of the CEO of these great companies? Were they engineers? Were they educators? Were they marketing people, accounting people? Were they male, female, tall, dark, handsome, great orators, witty? What is that characteristic that is found in those successful CEOs? And by the way, those of you that are running one of the 11 institutions, I consider you to be CEOs. And it looks as though we may have a CEO for our next governor, too. Maybe the second one in a while. So they did their research, and the conclusion that they came to was this: the number one characteristic of a successful CEO was humility. Humility. I'm thinking decisive, I'm thinking, it's humility. And as I thought about that, and kind of looked back in my life at the CEOs that I would consider to be great, that were mentors to me, I could see it, that there was a humility in the way they went about their duties. And for me, that is something that has really stuck with me. And you know what? I think it's more true today than it was back in 2001 when this book was released. 2001, we're still kind of on the verge of a bit of a command and control, I don't know about you, but when I entered the workforce, I feared the CEO. I mean, I understood that he could terminate me anytime. He held my career in his hands. And I feared him. I didn't make eye contact for the first 3 years. But today it's a little different. And today this notion of humility in leadership very much resonates with the millennials that are coming into our workforce. I guess on the other side of humility would be hubris, right? I'm CEO. You gotta respect me because look at my business card and look at the title. And there's that attitude of entitlement and superiority that I think is just devastating. You know it and I know it. The young people that are in our workforce aren't buying hubris. Aren't buying hubris. This is a quote that I think about often, and I think about the different examples I've seen in my career. Abe Lincoln: if you want to test a man or woman's character, give them power. Give them power. This board is powerful. As leaders of these institutions, you're powerful. And I've seen people that have been what I consider to be really good people, hardworking people, reasonable people, and they get into that position of power and their head explodes. You know what I mean? And it's discouraging. And you just see their level of respect and admiration just kind of take a tailspin. And then I've seen people who have gone through their careers and come in entry-level positions and work their way up, and all of a sudden they're in positions of power, and you'd never know it. You'd never know it because they act with humility. They have a tremendous respect. They don't take anything for granted. They don't feel entitled. So in leadership today, we're using words rather than command and control and fear and domination and intimidation. We're using words like honesty and communication and purpose and passion and appreciation. And I look at those words and I say that's the language of a successful leader. I don't mean a weak leader. I mean a leader that understands what it takes to appropriately motivate those that report to him. It was probably about in 1978 where I was first introduced to the concept of servant leadership. And honestly, when I first heard that, I thought it was kind of lame. You know, it's like servant leader, that almost sounds like an oxymoron. Servant leader, it sounds weak. I just thought you're supposed to be strong and decisive if you're a leader. And then I came to understand the power of serving your colleagues, of serving your customers, of serving the employees that you work with. It's really significant as I look at it. I think that servant leadership and having that notion of serving others is key. And you put that together with humility, and you've got some key characteristics of really important leaders. One of the other pieces of advice that I would give you, and a thing that I have learned, probably one of the most important things I've learned in my career, is the importance of having an outlet. When you're a leader at a high level like all of you are, you need to have an outlet. You need to have a cabinet. You need to have a cadre of friends that you can trust. I had the good fortune years ago to be invited into a small group of 4. I didn't work with any of them. Frankly, I didn't know them very well, but they were very well respected in the community, and I considered it to be such an honor to be a part of that group. When I first took over the CEO position, the last bit of advice that our CEO gave me was, it's a damn lonely job. It's a damn lonely job being a university president or being a board member or being a CEO of a company. And I thought he was wrong. I thought I was a little smarter than that. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. It's not going to be lonely. It's lonely. And so this group, this little cabinet of confidants that get together every once in a while. Now, they can't work for you. They can't be on your payroll. They have to be completely separate. But they have to be people that you trust. And there's times when you close the door and you might yell and scream and you might blow off a little steam, and you know what's said in that room stays in that room. And it has been one of the delights of my career to have a group that I can be a part of, to take care of those times when it can be lonely. And someone you trust, you bounce off ideas, you get their opinions, and you know you can take their opinions to the bank, and you know they have your back. If I would have a bit of advice for any of you that are in positions like that, go search out a cabinet or form your own, but it is incredibly important. One of the challenges I think that you have in higher ed, and I have in my business, I don't own NISC. I am an employee. We are a cooperative. So my entire career has been spent working for someone else and serving many masters. And that sounds like your jobs, serving many masters, because every student, every taxpayer thinks that they're your boss, right? And for me, although we have a board, I report to a board of 14, The 750 customers that we have, members, owners, that are in 49 states, they're my boss. And when they call, I treat them like my boss. So this is the problem. What skin do we have in that game? Now, if this is Vern's software company, and we do very well, and I can, make a lot of money, that's great. And if I'm making decisions and things don't go well, perhaps my life savings could be wiped out. So in your jobs and in my job, we don't take on the whole risk, but we certainly don't get the whole reward, right? So how do you engage the employees? How do we engage ourselves, knowing that we're working for a wage rather than building a company? I had, and being able to profit from that company. Many years ago, probably 35 years ago, I had a director from South Dakota, a wise old man, who gave me one of the best bits of advice that I ever had. And I've carried that forward. And anyone that works at NISC will tell you that you will hear this a lot if you're in our walls. Back in the day, we were buying mainframe computers, and they were $1 million a pop, and we were betting the farm every time we bought one of those computers, those mainframes. And we would make our business case to the board, and we would give them our recommendation, and this old director would stop before the vote, and he would say, Vern, if this were your software company, what would you do? If this were your software company, what would your recommendation be? And it put things in a much different perspective. And today, literally, every time a new project, a new product comes up, and that employee is up there pitching it to our management group or pitching it to our board, we'll pause and say, if this were your company, would you hire that person? Would you develop that product? Would you embrace this customer? If this were your company. And that has been one of the best bits of advice that I have been able to receive that has helped me to be engaged when I don't necessarily have the full potential of profit or full potential of ownership. One of the real milestones in my career, and I share this with you because I think there are some similarities with the university system as I thought about it. One of the real milestones was about in 1998. We had been in business for a number of years. Our organization started in about 1967. And when we started as a regional processing organization, large mainframe. We had to be close to the customer because communication lines were expensive and in some cases non-existent. So we were regional. And there were 6 of us around the country. And the idea was that we would serve the region, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Little Montana. And that was our territory, and that's where we stayed. But as technology changed and mainframes went away and we went into a distributed environment, that regional business model wasn't working very well. We were competing with the other centers. We were developing software multiple times. The different centers were developing the same solutions, and then we were out in the market competing with each other. And in 1998, as I sat down with our arch rival, which was CADP out of St. Louis, we were getting ready for a major software rewrite. We were going to be investing tens of millions of dollars in this rewrite. So was our competitor. And we kind of looked at each other and said, this is crazy. There's a lot of duplication here. There's a lot of inefficiencies, and we're not serving our customers well. Our business model is broken. It was well intended back in the 60s. It served us very well in the 60s, but it's broken today, and we need to admit that. And for our employees in our board who had a tremendous sense of pride in our organization and had seen it, grow from nothing to what it was, just a vision to what it was in '98, that was a really hard conclusion to come to. We knew it didn't make any sense to have 2 CEOs, 2 CFOs. We knew that there were tremendous inefficiencies in research and development in developing the same product and then competing with each other. And I'm so proud of our board of directors because they made what undoubtedly was the most difficult decision they ever had to make and the most impactful decision. And that was to bring those organizations together. And that's really in 2000, July of 2000, is when NISC was formed. It was a combination of CADP out of St. Louis and NCDC out of Mandan. And let me tell you, it was hard. You talk about bringing cultures together. You talk about people that had been competing for years. All of a sudden, we say to them, you take those swords and now they're plowshares. These are your friends, these are your colleagues, they're not your competitors. I think if we would have done an employee survey in that first year, I bet 85% of the employees would say this is a bad idea. Don't do it. I like things just the way they are. Don't do it. But everybody in their quiet moments knew that it was the right thing to do. And we put our heads down and we plowed through it, and it took longer and it was harder. And we came out the other side with a single CEO, a single board of directors, a single research and development department, a single product focus. And we went from around 300 employees in 1990 to almost 1,300 today. We went from about 350 customers to over 750 today. We went from an equity level of about 15% to an equity level of 55%. We went from being cash strapped to today paying for all of our infrastructure, all of our buildings, everything in cash. And make no mistake, it was because of that hard decision that our board made to say our business model is broke, we need to fix it, we have a responsibility to our owners to wring out the inefficiencies in this system. And I'm here to tell you, it has made all the difference in the world. If you were to do an employee survey today and a survey of our directors and said, was that action back then, that consolidation, was that a good thing? I would be shocked if 99.9% wouldn't say absolutely. And I couldn't even identify that 0.1% to you right now. But I'm telling you, that bold action and the determination not to give up, because I will tell you, there were days where I wondered if it was the right thing. But I knew in my heart it was. And I wasn't willing to give up because I knew we had the backing of our board. And that made all the difference in the world. Profound change, profound leadership on the part of our board and the part of our senior management staff. This competitive nature of higher ed, and we're in an extremely competitive market too. I mean, we have our traditional competitors, but we're also out there competing with SAP. SAP has 140,000 employees. We're out there competing with Oracle. Oracle has 60,000 employees. What the heck are we thinking? This little software company on a windy hill in North Dakota competing with SAP, competing with Oracle. You know what our most significant growth is right now in our organization? It's displacing SAP, and it's displacing Oracle at utilities around the country. Make no mistake, the quality of the employees in our organization are a direct result of the quality of education that they're getting in this state. And I would say that to anyone, and I would put our technicians up against any in the world because we compete on that global basis. Now, Apple always is looking for programmers, right? Apple has $205 billion in the bank. Can we compete? Can NISC compete in North Dakota, St. Louis, Missouri? Can we compete with Apple on wages and salaries and benefits? No. Can we compete with Microsoft? It's tough. You know? But you know what? You know how we lead in our recruiting? We lead with culture. We lead with culture. This is not a perfect organization. Management is not perfect. We don't get it right all the time. But you can trust us. And when we screw up, we'll admit it and we'll fix it. And that is so important to these employees that we're hiring. But our world is changing. I remember in 2005, we built a new facility in Lake St. Louis. The primary focus of that facility was a high-tech learning center to train our customers in the use of our software, to allow them to be certified in the use of our software. It was the focal point of that building. Beautiful high-tech classrooms. Those first couple of years, we had them packed every week. People coming from all over the country, coming in to be trained. Our instructors were loving it. There was a high energy. And you know what we're doing today to those high-tech classrooms? We're repurposing them. Because there's 500 classes right now that are online related to our software that have been developed by our Learning Center staff. We're repurposing the classrooms. And I seem to think, I liked it when they came into our office, but I know the way we're delivering education for our products right now is much more efficient and effective, and it's meeting the needs of the customer, so whether I like it or not, that's the way we proceed. I remember over the years, I've had an opportunity to talk to a lot of the university presidents, college presidents, and they've been in my office and I've been in theirs, and I will tell you, every single discussion went like this. Higher ed needs to partner with business. What can we do to partner with business? I've heard that many times. And I'm telling you, if you want to partner with business, we're all in. Because you guys have skills and abilities and systems and processes that we need to train and grow and develop our employees. The average employee at NISC, if they spend 30 years there, will change skill sets 4 or 5 times. I mean, completely change the tools they're using, the processes they're using, and we need help in educating those and growing those employees. I'm going to give you an example, and I don't mean to be negative, but this is a real example. And Larry, this was before your time. And the president of BSC came in and said, what can we do to partner? I said, we need programmers. And we were programming in a 4th generation language called Progress, which was a bit unique, but we said, man, if you could have classes in Progress and train these technical people in Progress, they come right into our organization and they could be productive. Then we wouldn't have to steal them from the state ed. So I kind of forgot about it. And to their credit, they went marching off, they got the instructors, they developed the program, and about 2.5 years later, I got a call from the president and they said, we're ready to go, we've got Progress, we're ready to go, we're ready to start teaching the class. And I kind of paused and it was like, I'm sorry, but we're not using Progress anymore. About 6 months ago, we began all of our development in Java. We aren't hiring Progress programmers. And it was like, oh no, now what? So what I'm saying to you, and this is nothing new, you've heard this, right? Man, you talk about moving at the speed of technology. We need your help. We need your agility to be able to move your curriculums at the speed of technology. I was reading an article yesterday that said within the next 10 years, there will be more old people than there are young people within the next 10 years. So how does that change the university system's business model? You know what's number one on my bucket list for someday when I retire? The day I retire, I'm going to enroll in classes. I can't wait to get back into school. I can't wait. I was at one of these 55 active communities in Arizona I stopped in. Beautiful pool, beautiful fitness area. But you know what the most popular thing was in this community center? This room that was full of computers had ASU logos all over the place, and it was a branch of ASU on this in this housing development, and it was full of old people hungry to learn. Maybe not to get a degree, but they had 1,000 things that they were interested in. I'm taking a class right now called The Secret of Life, edX. The professor is the same professor that headed up the Human Genome Project. How cool is that? How cool is that? And so my question is, what's higher ed doing to get ready for a whole new set of learners? And I would submit to you that I'm going to be willing to pay more for that continuing education after I'm retired than I did for my undergraduate and graduate degrees. I look at the university system, and educating our young people is a great focus, and research is a great focus, but you are such an important part of our communities. I love going to the conversation things at BSC. I learn something every time. You are bringing a vitality to our communities, whether it's football or hockey or basketball or speakers that we would never get any other way. It's such a critical part of our quality of life. Let's talk about the millennials. And here, like I said, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. But this is the cover of Time magazine talking about millennials. Millennials are lazy, entitled, narcissistic, who still live with their parents. I take exception to that. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are a few, right? But there were quite a few in my generation, too, that are still living in their parents' basement. But what I see every day are individuals that are engaged and innovative and passionate, and they want to do something that makes a difference. When we entered the job market, we just needed a job, right? We needed a paycheck. I understand here in North Dakota, when our unemployment rate is still below 3%, and I know that every single programmer we're talking to and trying to recruit probably has 2 or 3 job offers in their back pocket. This is a different way of recruiting. This is a whole different group that is being very selective in where they go to work. I didn't think about researching culture or asking about values or tell me what the purpose of the vision of this organization. I didn't think about that when I went to my interview. I'm telling you, these young people are. These young people want to work, pay me an adequate wage and benefit, get that off the table. Now tell me what you do. Tell me how I can make a difference. Tell me how you're willing to invest in my career. We don't do performance reviews, punitive, right? You do coaching sessions. Coaching sessions. And it makes all the difference in the world. And I look at these millennials, and I think they have figured some things out that us baby boomers didn't quite figure out. Refuse to lower your standards to accommodate those who refuse to raise theirs. I was looking at a graduating class of a local university, a local high school, had about 100 graduating seniors, and 25 of them were on the honor roll. Really? I mean, are the standards high enough? Are you dumbing down the standards in your university? I get angry when we have 100 positions that we're recruiting for, and the recruiters say, you're being too particular. You need to lighten up a little bit, lighten those standards up. And we say, no, I just soon have that desk empty. We're not going to just put warm bodies in there. I think back to the very best teachers I had in high school. We had a band teacher that was a tyrant, and he was hard and he was demanding, and you toed the line or you were out. And we had the best band in the state. And people came to that school just because of the amazing music program. The very best math instructor I ever had was hard. He had no problem giving out C's, D's, and F's. And he had no problem giving out A's when you deserved it. And you worked hard, and you knew when you did well in that class that you deserved it. Arguably the most influential teacher I had in my entire life was the toughest. I was out in Redmond, Washington, Don, and one of the graduates of the high school that I went to is now Chief Legal Patent Officer for Microsoft. He was in that math class. He said if it wouldn't have been for that tough math instructor, I would have never gone to get my engineering degree, and I would have never gone on to become a lawyer. It was that math teacher. And my concern is that we're dumbing down the system. And as an employer and as an educator, I think that's a huge mistake. We have treated these millennials with kid gloves. I remember when our oldest was 6 years old and started playing Y basketball at the YMCA in Bismarck. And us parents in our infinite wisdom decided that we were going to turn the scoreboard off because we didn't want anyone's feelings to be hurt because they might lose. And we turned the scoreboard off and they played their game, and make no mistake, they knew exactly who won. And I don't know about, in your environment, I'm guessing you don't win all the time. We don't win all the time. We don't get every customer we want. We don't get every employee. Sometimes we lose. Sometimes it's hard. Toughen up. That's the way it goes. And we haven't toughened these millennials up enough. One of the most impactful conversations I had, I was in the workforce about 18 months. I was 20-something, and I was a lot smarter than the CEO. You know what I mean? Just like most of your students are smarter than you. And my supervisor called me into her office, closed the door, and proceeded to give me a talking to like I've never had before. And it basically ended with either you change and you do this, this, and this, or you're going to lose your job. That was tough. And I was offended, and I was hurt, and I was defensive. And then I went back a couple days later and apologized. And 20 years later, I looked up that supervisor who had long been retired, and I had lunch, and I said, "Do you remember that conversation?" And she said, "Oh yes, I remember that conversation. That was hard." And I said, "Yes, it was, but I want you to know your willingness to be tough on me made all the difference in the world. I'm absolutely certain that I wouldn't have the opportunities that I've had at NISC if it wasn't for that defining moment of a supervisor who truly cared about me, cared enough to put herself in a very difficult situation." And my question is for your students, are you willing to do that? For your employees, are you willing to have those tough conversations when you know they're going in a direction that is not correct? I think you are in a position to help these young people develop a social conscience like they've never had. I don't know that, it was the Vietnam War and stuff, but I wouldn't call it a social conscience. I remember being in a business class, and the professor said, we were talking about for-profit stock companies, and the professor said, if you're a CEO, if you're an employee of a for-profit stock company, you have one goal, and that is to improve shareholder wealth, period. Improve shareholder wealth. That might be selling software, it might be selling cars, it might be building houses. Improve shareholder wealth. They have invested in your organization. They deserve to have a return on that investment. That's your job. And I think a lot of people took that very literally, and years ago, the bad example I would give you would have been an Enron. Today, the example is Valiant, right? When we talk about a social conscience, Valiant, pharmaceutical company, their business model is they buy up a lot of small pharmaceutical companies. They're heavy into M&A. And typically what they do is they'll buy up a pharmaceutical company. The first thing they do is they'll move research and development from about 25%, which is typical, to about 3%. Cut research and development. Anyone knows that that's the quickest way to positively affect your bottom line in the short term. And it's absolutely a death spiral in the long term. But delivering shareholder value. The next thing they do is they'll look for a couple of drugs that hopefully don't have a generic equivalent, but have a pretty good market penetration. And in the case of Valiant, they took a particular AIDS and cancer drug, and they moved it from $17 a tablet to $750 a tablet. And they were fabulously profitable, and their stock price went from $23 a share to $350 a share. And they increased shareholder wealth. Mission accomplished. But what were the unintended consequences of that? There were AIDS patients that were without their medication. There were cancer patients without their medication. And I think these discussions, and I know they happen in your classrooms, are so important. I see our employees coming out of the university system with very specific ideas of what is right and what is wrong. And we welcome that. And I think any organization, university, any private organization like ours, if they don't have a social conscience, you're going to fail in recruiting the employees that you need. The employees need to understand that you stand for something and that you're willing to fight for something, and you're willing to understand the corporate responsibility that you have in your communities. Let's talk about technology. This is a quote from Albert Einstein. It has become appallingly obvious that our technology has exceeded our humanity. Our technology has exceeded our humanity. This is 1953. This is before the microprocessor, before Google, before Microsoft, before smartphones. 1953. And Einstein was saying, be careful. Are you sure technology is your slave or is it your master? And boy, we have an opportunity with the students and with the employees we have to help them understand that. Sometimes I think we're facilitators of that dysfunction of always connected. We expect it of our employees. Ours is a 7x24 business. They have to be connected. And we've gotten to the place where with our senior management, we said, when you go on vacation, you will be disconnected. I mean, it's not a suggestion. You will be disconnected. And so this notion of technology, I mean, it has its place, but technology will never replace reading a book to your grandchild. Never going to replace that. We have had to, in our house, when our kids come over, we say, phones go here, on the counter, that's it. Don't want your nose in that phone. I was at Dickinson State and had a chance to be a part of one of their classes. The students came in, laid the phone on the instructor's desk, went back to their chair. And I'm looking at this going, whoa. And it was no big deal. That's just the way they did it there. And there were no distractions, and they were focused on the class. And I thought, isn't this refreshing? When it comes to technology, I wish I had a couple hours to talk with you, but let me give you one example of a disruptive technology, because I think there's a correlation here with higher ed. There's certainly a correlation with our business. You've all been in a cab many, many times. Never an amazing experience. Cab is a little grimy, cab driver a little grumpy, especially if you want him to take a credit card. And you always kind of question whether or not he's going around the block a couple times. Is this the shortest route? It's just the way it's always been. It's been that way for 100 years. We just kind of do it, right? Any of you taken Lyft or Uber? So if I look at my annual cab fees over the years, it's been about $2,500 a year in my travels. This year, I have spent about $250 on cab fares. Everything else has been Uber and Lyft. Now, this morning again on the news, there's a big story where they're thinking about pulling out of Chicago because this city council at Chicago is making it difficult, and the unions are all upset, and the cab companies are all upset, and they're fighting the technology, and they're trying to make it impossible for Uber to come into these cities. And I'm just stubborn enough to use Uber just to make a statement. So I look at this and I say the cab companies have owned this business for 100 years. They know it better than anyone. They've got the fleets, they've got all this, but they refuse to adopt the technology. Rather than having the meter and you know, the GPS and maybe a video camera and the credit card thing and all these cords going all over the place in the cab, nothing is integrated. It's just a mess of technology. You go into an Uber vehicle and it is a smartphone. And it is an app that you download on your smartphone, and you use that app in any city, and it's a consolidated app. And it is pairing people that need rides with people that are able to give a ride sharing. And it's changing the cab company, and the cab companies are fighting it. And I'm saying, why didn't you adopt the technology? What the heck? And they're fighting it, and the unions are fighting it. And the cab companies are going out of business. The cab companies are going out of business. So how would you classify the North Dakota university system? Are you the cab company, or are you Uber? Are you digging in your heels, or are you embracing technology to deliver education anywhere at any time? Meeting needs beyond our state of students? Are you Uber? Or are you the cab company? Are you being as efficient as you can? Are you making that user experience as effective as it can be, as efficient as it can be? Or are you digging in your heels and saying, this is the way we've always done it? And learning happens only in the classroom. I don't think anyone is saying it's either going to be online or in the classroom. But all the data that I look at says it's both. It's both. And are we prepared to do that? But there will be technology Luddites. There will be those that absolutely still believe that the internet is a passing fad. So I've been reading this book. I just finished it. Read it on my Kindle. And, you know, some of you, maybe this is heresy in this room, but I think it's a healthy read. And it wasn't necessarily critical. There was a great historical chronology of how the university systems came to where they are today. Things like the schedule. Why do we take the summers off? Things like how credit hours came to be. And some really prominent examples of failed attempts in the online arena by very prominent schools across the country. It's not a silver bullet. But it was really an admonition of the changes that need to be embraced by higher ed. And I thought it was a fascinating read. I've got to say the business person in me, whether it's the university system or NISC or the local gas station, I'm always thinking about return, right? I mean, I can't help myself. I drive by a hotel, I'm counting the cars. I drive by McDonald's, I'm counting the cars compared to Wendy's. What's the return on investment? The other day I was on a college campus out east, and I took a run in the morning, and I went through the college campus, and it reminded me of walking through Concourse C in the Minneapolis airport the day after 9/11. It was stark, and it was quiet, and it was abandoned. And I'm looking at all this infrastructure and all these facilities, and I'm going, what business can put their investment in facilities on hold for 2 or 3 months, a year, and make them non-productive? On the other hand, I just listened to a YouTube from a college president that said, Come to our college. We're getting a new student center. We've got a new dorm. We've got a new athletic center. Come to our college. And I'm waiting for him to talk about the academic excellence. Are we recruiting students just because we have fancy athletic facilities? Good football team, right? Or is it because of the academics? I think we all want to be working for places, and we want higher ed institutions in this state that have the best academics. No, by the way, we have great facilities, but we lead with academics. Collaboration, if I would give you one bit of advice as a taxpayer, you know what music to our ears is when we hear good business decisions being made on college campuses in collaboration. So years ago, I was riding my bike up on BSC's hills, back in the bluffs above the river. And I come across this guy on a recumbent bike, didn't know him, had goggles on, helmet. I stop and talk to him, he's new to town. We didn't even exchange names. We talked about our bikes, we traded bikes and rode around for a while. And a little while later, a couple days later, I figured out that that was the new president of Bismarck State College. So I asked him the question that you always ask a junior high, a junior college president in Bismarck. When are you going to become a four-year university, Dr. Scogan? And he said, and this, I didn't really know him at this point, but he said, look, we've got a lot of good four-year schools in the state. Our goal is to collaborate, to bring those classes to Bismarck. We don't need to reinvent that. And from that day on, it's like, he gets it. And so what I'm saying is, we have a responsibility. We are stewards of these facilities, just like I'm a steward of NISC. During my watch, I'm a steward. And it's my responsibility to look for inefficiencies and wring those out and deliver value. That was in your strategic plan also. Deliver value, the best value, to the taxpayers in North Dakota. I'm going to close with this. Facebook is the world's most popular media owner, but it creates no content. Uber is the world's largest taxi company, and it owns no taxis. Society One is the world's fastest growing bank, and it has no capital. Alibaba is the world's most valuable retailer, and it has no inventory. Netflix is the world's largest movie house, and it has no theaters. Airbnb is the world's largest accommodations provider, and they have no hotels. Google and Apple, the world's largest software vendors, they don't write their own apps. Skype is the world's largest telephone company, and they have no infrastructure. So what's next on this list? Are you going to stand around and be displaced and be made irrelevant by some startup technology platform? These guys all said it couldn't be done. Ford Motor Company produces 10 million vehicles, and they're being threatened by a startup called Tesla, who, when they announced Model 3 a couple weeks ago, had 400,000 people put a down payment on a car that they've never driven and they probably wouldn't see until 2018. And Tesla would say, Elon Musk would say, we're a software platform that happens to have wheels. Are you Uber? Or are you the taxi company? Is your name going to be on this list? Or are you going to aggressively embrace technology to better serve your constituents? So we've talked about these three items, and I have to say this. So when you serve many masters like you do, there's going to be controversy and there's going to be differences of opinion, and we've had a little bit of that in higher ed, okay? But don't lose sight of the good that you're doing with the white noise. We're on the receiving end of brilliant graduates, and I'm so grateful for that. And you keep producing wonderful employees for NISC. I'm very grateful for that. I don't pay attention to the white noise. I'm just looking at the quality of students that you're churning out, and I say, keep it up, improve it, keep innovating, keep moving forward. It's critical to our state. It's critical to our organization. It's critical to the young people we serve. So what's your legacy? And I'm talking to the university presidents here. Is your legacy to build the biggest, baddest campus in this state? Or is it to build the best higher ed system in the state of North Dakota? And you're a component, you're a cog in that wheel. I would submit to you that all of you have huge responsibilities for the entire university system. And oh, by the way, you have responsibility for your respective institution also. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to visit with you today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you again, and over to
Thank you. I'll echo those sentiments. Thank you very much, Mr. Dosh. That's very interesting. Board policy, item number 2 on the agenda. We'll call on Laura Schratt, please.
Good morning.
Morning, thank you.
Is it on? I think so.
Is there, Laura? Do you have a PowerPoint for your
Oh,
presentation?
no, I do not. No, I'm
No,
sorry.
there's no PowerPoint, Jesse.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am presenting SBHE Policy 302.2 Audit Committee and 802.8 Internal Audit Charter for second reading. 302.2 is unchanged from the first reading. 802.8 has one change regarding the reporting structure for institutionally based internal auditors, and now states that they will report functionally and administratively to the institution president, and this provides the needed independence to the internal audit staff. Again, any internal audit staff, whether they're institutionally based or at the system office, has a dotted line to myself, the Director of Audit Services, and to the SBHE Audit Committee if it's needed. Any questions?
All right. Board, any questions, comments regarding, this is second reading,
Correct.
policy 302.2 and 802.8.
Correct.
I would move approval.
Thank you. Second?
Second, this is great.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman. Christie?
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Mr. Morton?
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
those was items 2 and 3. Item number 4, second reading policy 1202.1, and this will be acceptable use of information technology resources. Dr. Feldner.
Good morning. Policy 1202.1 is for second reading. There are no changes to the policy. This is the first in our line of security policy rewrites. And this is, this policy is our guidelines for faculty, students, and staff to use when using technology resources.
All right, any questions from the board? Second reading, policy 1202.1. Hearing none, do we have a motion for approval?
I'll move approval.
Thank you, Brett.
Second.
Thank you. Christie?
Mr. Morton? Mr. Morton? Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. Thank you. Item number 5 is the Theodore Roosevelt Library Presentation and Ground Lease Agreement. We have an individual from the Theodore Roosevelt Library Foundation, I believe. Excuse me, this is Mr. Jim Kelly, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Bear with me while I just get a couple of illustrations.
Do you need assistance? Maybe we could, Chris, or one of you guys, could you give them, or the IT guys? Can we?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We appreciate the opportunity to present a little bit. Some of you have seen some of the plans and had discussions about the Presidential Library. Some of you may have just seen it for the first time in your packets this morning, but we want to bring you up to date a little bit about the progress that's been made, particularly this spring in 2016. The legislature originally funded the first round of funding in 2013, but the work on the Presidential Library really began last spring with the formation of our Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library Foundation. That foundation, which received our separate 501c3 designation as a foundation, was accomplished in March. Along with the reallocation in 2015, the legislature called out 3 requirements for us to proceed with the state funding. Those were architectural plans, for which you see renderings here, the ability to choose a site, which will be the fruition of which is today with the 99-year lease, and the third is groundbreaking for the facility on the 28-acre parcel that sits on the excuse me, northwest section of DSU. So I think one of the things that we want to share with you, the presentation you just had talked a little bit about collaboration. This is going to be a wonderful collaboration between the foundation and the academic side of DSU. Many of you know that for the last 10 years, a little over a decade, the Theodore Roosevelt Center has been sited at DSU and done some wonderful work nationally. Has become really a repository for the central source of academic research for Theodore Roosevelt. Just one of many initiatives that we have in the new facility is to expand that work of the Theodore Roosevelt Center with the prospect of endowments that will be developed over the next few years, specifically to fund academic research and the expansion of just that, the repository for everything Roosevelt. And I will tell you that North Dakota and Dickinson State specifically, through the Theodore Roosevelt Center, have really placed themselves on the map as it relates to international research for Roosevelt. I'm talking about organizations like Harvard and the Smithsonian Institution. Where we are right now, let me just point out that on the site plan that shows the larger 28-acre facility, one of the initiatives that it's underway right now is the reconstruction of the authentic 1884 cabin of Theodore Roosevelt. As we go forward in our fundraising activities, there's been a number of really strong volunteer efforts, both by private companies. We have a development firm that's going to be building the cabin pro bono, and we're putting together a team of construction developers to do site work, which will actually be in the range of $3 or $4 million. So I could go on and on about plans, but since we have a limited time, I would like to open up to questions, answer whatever questions I can for you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Questions of the board? I'll give you a little information that I know. Mr. Kelly did come to Tioga and meet with me, and of course, you know, it's a wonderful facility. Funds have been allocated from the legislature.
Yes, that's
Perhaps
accurate.
you could speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, happy to. So the funding at the moment is legislature has provided $12 million. City of Dickinson has not just pledged, but enacted another $3 million, along with a challenge grant from the state, or rather the City of Dickinson, for an additional $5 million, which would bring us to $20 million at the prospect of the state participating with additional funds, which without a specific set amount, we anticipate and hope that that's in that range of at least another $5 million, which would bring us to $25 million. Just so you know, the funding plan overall calls for construction of the building, which would be about 55 to 60,000 square feet. Cost on the construction of the building and site preparation is about $55 million. Another approximately $15 million for interior exhibits and programming. In addition to that, we are going to establish two separate endowments of $15 million each. Those would be split between operations and maintenance for future expenses for the facility so that it can be self-sustaining. Another $15 million would be directly in connection with the development of the Theodore Roosevelt Center, an expansion of those efforts, not the least of which would be to include an endowed chair.
Thank you. So if we add this up, we're talking estimated about $70 million for the exterior, for the buildings and the interior exhibits.
Correct.
Plus, you have plans for endowed chairs. You have plan for endowment to for the upkeep and ongoing maintenance of this building.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what you are asking, or what the task before the board today, is to approve a lease, a legal, we're going to defer to our attorney here to assist us in this part of it, but the request is to lease lands on DSU to the foundation, if I'm correct. Is that right, Mr. Kelly?
Yes. So the what sits before us today is that the 28 acres on the DSU grounds was never separated or parceled out because there was never any reason to do that before. That has now been parceled out. We've gotten city planning approval. The city commission will act on that final approval as it relates to zoning on Monday evening. And this lease would be for 99 years from the state to the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library Foundation.
Could you give us a little information of the current use of this land and the accommodations that have been made with the current user?
Sure, happy to. For decades, it has served as the rodeo grounds, and that it is known universally throughout western North Dakota as the rodeo grounds at DSU. That's the 28 acres we're referring to. The last rodeo event that will be held on that facility. There are other activities that happen from time to time, but largely it's an equine facility. That last event will happen over the 4th of July this summer. Those plans predate us, and the reason that the rodeo grounds is moving is that there's a new facility being built south of Dickinson by the Parks and Recs department out there, and there'll be a brand new rodeo facility that's been in the works for years, now being built and will open on that facility. So our first steps will be the demolition of the rodeo grounds in preparation for site work.
Okay. Before we move on to the legal side of this board, I would like to see if there's any questions or comments or input on this before we get to the legal aspect.
So I have one quick question. Is there adequate traffic flow and parking for your anticipated patronage?
Yes, we think there are. Initially, there was about 250 parking spaces snapped for the initial plan, and again, it is all preliminary in that we don't have formal architecture plans yet. But the answer to your question is yes, and overflow parking is adjacent. There's a football stadium and an athletic complex adjacent to the facility just to the south. I don't know the number of parking places there, but there is far more than we would ever need.
Is there any unforeseen, perhaps negative attributes with traffic and flow of individuals on or off of campus with regards to visiting this facility?
My response, I think, would be no. Those of you that are familiar with campus, the northwest side of Dickinson State University is not removed. It's contiguous to campus, but most of the campus activity is about a quarter mile to the east, where all the academic buildings are, classrooms, dorms. This sector is, because of its purpose in connection to the horse program at DSU, is a little bit removed from the regular traffic flow.
Thank you. Any other questions? Dr. Melliker?
Yeah, I have a question on, and maybe I didn't see it when I looked through it. If by chance we are finding anything underneath the ground that needs to be removed, hazardous materials or anything like that, would that be the obligation of the leaseor or the leasee?
You know, I don't have an answer to that. And we haven't gotten that far on engineering to figure that out. I know that there's extensive site work and there'll be things like water recapture and all that. I'm not sure what they discover under the ground, but as we get into the engineering process, I suspect that that will become, an issue that we need to investigate. I don't have an answer to that.
It would seem to me that would be an important issue as we put this together, because we don't want to put Dickinson State University in a position where all of a sudden we're finding hazardous materials or an Indian burial ground or some very unusual situations that need to be removed before you can proceed with the ground lease.
Yes, and I think anticipating those kinds of issues, a little hard for me to project what may be there, but we're not talking about deep, this is just as a layman speaking, we're not talking about deep digging and that kind of stuff. We're sensitive to the whole historical side of things, and I suspect that there'll be an analysis, but I can't speak to hazardous materials and those kinds of issues.
That's the only concern I had.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Questions or comments? When you introduce a structure of this magnitude and scope, it's absolutely fabulous proposal. What is the intended use of the building by either the public, the university? Will people be able to have public events? Do you know if that has been addressed? Because it's quite a structure to bring into a community or to this part of the state.
Thank you. Yes, it will touch at least all three of those components that you talked about. It will be a public facility. We'll have after-hours access, for example, for community events. Those could, it's hard to forecast what all of those could be. It could range from, weddings to receptions to all kinds of public sorts of events. We think that the connectivity with Dickinson State University is exceptionally strong. What will happen is, for the last 10 years, the Theodore Roosevelt Center that I've referred to a couple of times is housed at Dickinson State in an aging library that will blossom as it's moved into the new facility. So we will have not just the digital library, which I mentioned is literally world-class in terms of its work and its trajectory. There will also be a working library as a part of the complex. In addition to that, the museum section, of course, will tell Theodore Roosevelt's story from his infancy to his post-presidency years. There's also discussion of an art component. This happens to be a really good setting for some kind of comparison. Design will be different, obviously, but as you look through the museum as you leave today and look at all the George Catlin paintings, one of the initiatives that is a possibility, and just that, a possibility at this moment, is the prospect of repatriating original, these are all prints that you see in this building, but repatriating original Catlin and other masters of the 19th century as an art component, an art wing of the facility, which would be a completely different draw, both educationally and from an art connoisseur standpoint.
Thank you. Ms. Tufte?
Chair Nesset, and feel free to interject if I am taking us down a tangent. But my question, we're presented with the lease, but we don't necessarily have any details about the financial status of the foundation and the resources that they have available today or a business plan for the future. And I'm just curious where that leads us in terms of being able, if we would have to take back, if we'd have to terminate the lease, and what those financial obligations to this board would be.
Thank you. I'll defer to our legal counsel and/or Mr. Kelly to share some insight.
Sure, I have a couple thoughts, but okay. Hard to forecast the future, and I know there have been some issues statewide with some other projects. Let me tell you that our foundation has passed as a resolution as it relates to financial security that we're not going to build anything unless we have the money. And by saying that, what I mean is that our resolution calls for any construction move forward that we have 75% of the cash in hand and written commitments for the remaining 25%. So we took that on both from a conservative standpoint that we're not. Let me also say that we're not going to borrow any money. We have no interest in borrowing money to build what it is that we're going to accomplish. So that's a couple of comments relative to that. Our funding capacity, we have to carve up the $100 million that I've outlined. We've divided that in sections of what we think are accomplishable goals to raise. And I will tell you that in the starting, we're just in the starting gate of some of the fundraising issues. We have $15 million in the Bank of North Dakota through both the state and the city to start with. The other funds will be forthcoming. Our fundraising goal in western North Dakota, which includes Dickinson, of course, is a modest $5 million. We expect significantly more money than that in the Red River Valley between Grand Forks and Fargo. And really, at the end of the day, in terms of private money, we think the preponderance of money will come from outside the state by people all over this nation and internationally that are heavily vested and have an extreme interest in Theodore Roosevelt and the development of this project.
Thank you. On the finances, Mr. Vaughn, do you have any input?
Madam Chair, members of the board, to your point, Ms. Tufte, Board Policy 340.2 that deals with foundations allows for some oversight or some reporting that will come from the foundation that's associated with the university, as they are in Dickinson's case. So there is some ability to check things like financial and get some updates and those sorts of things. There is provisions in the lease that allow under the default section. I think one of them is if it isn't adequately developed in 10 years and it reverts back to the university. So that kind of gets, I think, to some protections that the board and Dickinson State have.
So, Madam Chair, following
Yes.
up with my fine colleague Kevin's comment, is there, I just glanced through it and I didn't read I mean, that was about the third time, but I didn't read it with the legal eye, but I did not see a sort of as-is clause, which I think would address the issue raised there. You know, unless we know of some kind of materials or archaeological site or whatever that, you know, we have knowledge of. I mean, if we have knowledge of no such items or hazard, you know, so forth, then, you know, it would seem to me that there should be a clause in there to protect us from unforeseen and items of that nature that we have no knowledge of potentially being there. And I think would that Is that sort of what you're thinking? Yeah,
Exactly, that would cover it.
and I didn't see that in there. But, you know, you could get into, if there's some unforeseen elements there,
Yeah.
it could get quite expensive, and it could get into an extensive potential legal battle of who owes what.
Let's take these comments and put them all into the legal bucket for Mr. Vaughn to take care of for us. I think you two are exactly on the same page. And before we jump into that, I'd just like to call on, we keep talking about Dickinson State here. Perhaps we should call on Dr. Mitzel,
was just gonna
wherever you are back there, Dr. Mitzel.
Madam Chair, I was just going to recommend that.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dr. Melliker. Could you come forward? I know we didn't give you a little, foresight on this, but could you give us your input?
Madam Chair and the rest of the committee, thank you very much. I met Jim when I arrived right around December, and he's correct. The foundation has done amazing work over the past 6 months. It's been a tremendous amount of fun. We've traveled part of the nation, working with donors, working with planners, working with visionaries, finding out what we can do. I will say from my point of view that the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library will be an asset not just to Dickinson State University, not just to Dickinson, and really not just to North Dakota, but to the entire nation. And the boon that it will be, the positive attention that it will bring to the state will be phenomenal. So I have very much enjoyed working with Mr. Kelly and with the entire foundation board. We, in terms of the 28 acres that was the old rodeo grounds, we had been planning to move the rodeo grounds regardless, because the rodeo grounds initially began on the outside of Dickinson State University, or of Dickinson, the city of Dickinson. It is now somewhat embedded within the city of Dickinson. And speaking to the traffic problems, there are none in that sense. It's just having large animals every so often getting loose raises the angst level a bit around campus. And so that had been a plan to move the rodeo grounds for a number of years. And with having the rodeo grounds at Dickinson State University, people were able to sort of drag their feet and talk about the move as a theoretical, and now we've just sped that up to become much more of a reality. The hope is that after the Rough Rider Rodeo and Carnival that will end on the 4th of July, we'll begin deconstruction, and some of the equipment that is being utilized right now on campus will move to the new site. Others will be built brand new on the site. So that will all be deconstructed and moved after that time, at which point it converts entirely over to foundation use. I can say that we've agreed on many things, not all things, but it's been very educational for me and extremely positive. I cannot say how enthusiastic I am, and I can't wait for the next 5 years to see this project moving forward and all of the potential that it has.
Well, thank you. And as far as those large animals getting loose, we learned last night, just call Dr. Feldner.
Yes.
Okay? She will assist in that problem. Lisa? Board members, for Dr. Mitzel, do we have any, Kevin?
I was just going to make a couple comments. I think it's a wonderful opportunity, and it's going to be a wonderful library and museum. And I guess I would move approval with the amendment that somewhere in the document, as is, would be added in the appropriate spot.
Okay, and a second? We'll go into discussion. We'll continue with discussion here because we have not addressed the legal issue of this, accepting the lease yet. Okay? Can we do this way, Nick? Or we have a motion on the floor? Okay, and then just continue discussion on, because we do want to get into the legal aspects of this particular contract. So we need a motion. We have a motion. We need a second, and then further discussion.
Second.
Thanks, Don. Okay, now at this point, I would ask any further discussion, and we would go to Nick for the legal part of this document on behalf of the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the board policy requires board approval anytime there's development of state land for either public or private use. So that's what's before you right now in the form of this lease. To Dr. Melliker's point about the as-is and what protections the university has in terms of whether it's mineral rights or damage to the land. There is, I think it's Article 12, that deal with prohibited uses of the property, meaning the foundation or the lessee can't damage, abuse, neglect the property in any way. Now, that's very broad. It's for a reason, because we don't know the specifics of what's there or what isn't. So, but we can definitely add something that, refers to it as is. After the term of the lease, the property, at the end of the 99 years, including any found buildings or any improvements made, reverts back to the university. So it's just a lease. It's not, you're not ceding the property or anything like that. The lease currently hasn't been signed by the parties. I would recommend that if the board does go ahead and approve, if there were to be any changes subsequent, we would bring it back for ratification to the board.
Do you recommend approval as it is? And I will
We
say
do.
that I thought that there was a clause in here that was questionable.
I think there is a clause regarding public bidding that was an issue that we included after talking with the system office, Dickinson State, and in our view of statutory requirements that needs to be in there. And I know that the foundation doesn't totally agree with that, and we can continue to discuss that. But my understanding and working with the system office is that's a pretty important thing to keep in.
That this is the open bid process.
Yes, that
Is
it
included. Is
complies
it-
with the public bidding process as outlined in North Dakota statute.
Is it in the contract at this time?
It is in the lease.
It is in the lease, okay. And you're aware of that, Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have two questions, and they're sort of related. The first one, it kind of does relate to Emma's question, and that is, well, and I guess, Nick, you alluded to this. The foundation, as I understand it, is established for purposes of the Presidential Library. And so are we sure that it falls under Section 304? Because it's not a DSU foundation. Are we sure that we will receive sort of some reports, given that it's fundraising outside the institution, it's not necessarily affiliated?
It was my understanding that it would be. I think Dr. Mitzel is an ex officio member of the board, is that correct? It has many of the elements that are necessary for a foundation to fall under 340.2. I suppose there could be some, from the foundation's perspective, that isn't required, but from my perspective and understanding that it would be covered under it.
Okay, and that's just something I guess I would like to know for sure. And I know, the second question will maybe feel like a devil's advocate question, because we've been in this situation before where we've had a building leased to another party and there's been issues and we've ended up, kind of holding the bag. And so I guess my question is, given that, sort of the developing financial situation and a 10-year window for development, that's a long time. And actually, I think this is a great piece of property. I think it's a perfect place for this library. But it's also, I think it's where the location in Dickinson is really great, and a lot can happen in 10 years. I assume all of this will go forward and everything will be successful. I certainly hope so. But I guess my question is, if we've got a 10-year window here and we're still kind of in this development phase, is this the right time? Or does it need to be that long of a window?
I guess that's really something for the board to discuss and figure out if that is something that you're wanting or not wanting, I guess, not to punt on the question.
Right, so just to confirm my understanding, though, we would be tying up this piece of property for 10 years. I mean, they don't have to do anything to start development for that length of time?
Under the lease, no, they do not. They have some requirements, I think, with the money they receive through OMB, but through the lease, that's really the only benchmark, I guess, is within 10 years.
Maybe we can ask Mr. Kelly to address that?
Sure. One of the three requirements by the state to proceed with funding that is set aside is to break ground. So it's, those activities on the site will happen in the next few months, the beginning of that process. So, yeah, I mean, I think, I hadn't thought a lot about the 10-year period, but I know that in terms of the planning process, the construction process, that would take at least 3.5 years under the best of all circumstances without any delays. We feel comfortable with 10 years. I'm not sure there's a compelling interest for another use for that property that has risen in the last 100 years.
Yeah, and I apologize, I forgot that the legislative funding was contingent on selecting a site and beginning, that's correct, the funds are hinged on?
Correct.
And if I may add, outside of the site itself, with the Theodore Roosevelt Digital Library and Center already on at the DSU campus, the planning outside of the building itself has already begun as well. How different areas are going to shift, where we're putting personnel. So it's not just the planning for what's going on to that land that has already begun. We're fairly well ensconced in making sure that this begins to move forward fairly quickly on all facets.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. And good discussion. This is why we ask these questions. Make sure that we clarify for all of our minds. Ms. Tufte.
If I may, just to push the issue Carrie brought up, is there a formal MOU between the Theodore Roosevelt Foundation and Dickinson State University that outlines that relationship as outside of just an ex officio member of their foundation?
Sure, I'll have you speak to the question.
The short answer is not yet. We will be working on that. We have been very focused on ensuring that we met the 3 initial regulations to get that land ready to go, and going in that direction, we will begin working on those types of MOU documents within the next several months.
Go ahead. One thing to add to that is the relationship between the foundation and DSU, the university. Many of those initiatives are already starting. So the Theodore Roosevelt Center, which has, as I mentioned earlier, been an initiative and a department of DSU for 10 years, we're in the process of negotiating some of the employee relationships as it relates to contracting for services that has been funded directly as a direct initiative through the state to fund the TR Center, but it is a DSU academic institution. Those kinds of negotiations are underway right now, as will a bigger operating agreement between the 2 entities.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Going back to Article 12, that's really focused on the leasee, not the leaseor, correct? And so, while of course it's very broad, does that, I'm not sure if that provides the protection for the point that was raised by myself and Dr. Melliker. And then so I think we need to continue to follow that up one more time. But I have a broader question, and it's more of a strategic question, I guess, because how, President Mitchell, do you see this? Is this a transformational event for your institution? And if so, I mean, how do you see utilizing this facility on your campus to perhaps enhance your history department, faculty, perhaps to enhance the ability to recruit students? I mean, what are some of the strategic elements that you see that this facility can bring to DSU in a positive manner, and are there any negatives? Because we haven't really talked about, we've danced around a little bit on the positives, not much on the negatives at all. And so what do you see in the benefits of this facility is for your long-term planning at Dickinson State?
Thank you for that question. That gets to the heart of everything, I think, for DSU. The Teddy Roosevelt Digital Library began several years ago, and it's been working mainly out of a small office in a basement. And as Mr. Kelly was alluding to earlier, it has gained international reputation. By being able to connect that now with the actual Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, it will gain much more prestige than it has even now. And the goal is to hopefully increase the pace of what we are able to do digitizing those documents. We have become sort of the international hub for people looking for documentation. They do come to DSU first on the digital side, and we're extremely proud of that. Having that program itself connected to the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library automatically takes it up several levels of prestige. And those are some of the contracts on which we're working to make sure that we have the connection between DSU and the library. So there is that aspect of just what it does for our work in that area. We have a Theodore Roosevelt Honors Program and a Theodore Roosevelt Symposium, which both have gained really high-level reputations. Our Theodore Roosevelt Honors Program has about 70 students. They are the best students coming into DSU. They go out and do wonderful things, and the alumni from which we hear going back many years tout that program and what it has done for them. That will have a strong connection with the library, and there has been some talk of housing the program within the library itself, so those students will be able to help with potential programming, outreach to the public, their own learning, working with research within the library and those types of areas. So it adds an entirely new element to that particular program. And so for recruiting, it will do wonders. And right now it's a popular program, but it will make that more of an international draw in a very positive way. Having the library located on the campus, especially for the Theodore Roosevelt Symposium, will just broaden the reach that we have to bring in experts in this area to attract people for the symposium who will come in now not just to be on the DSU campus, but because of the ancillary areas around. But I see this even larger than just that. You have the Medora area 30 miles down the road from DSU, and I see this becoming really a regional hub for everything Theodore Roosevelt, and that can only be beneficial to DSU and Dickinson and the state of North Dakota. So very quickly, those are some areas where we see extremely strong connections, and I believe those will continue to grow just in the next year as we start our planning.
Thank you.
I want to see if I can just add something in terms of the scope and scale, not specific as much to the academic side, but although it affects it greatly. One of our roles is to expand the perception of really what is underway, which is a statewide initiative and a national initiative that will have stature nationally. And here's what I mean by that. In our on our board, just in the last year, we've attracted people, I see a Lenovo laptop on the desk. We have one of our board members is Jay Clemens, a local boy from Mandan, who went on to be an incredibly successful first general counsel for eBay and is just leaving Lenovo after 7 years as the chief legal counsel for the largest computer manufacturer in the world. He's on our board and is very committed, owns a ranch between the north and the south units of the Theodore Roosevelt National Park system. And the reason I tell you all of that is to tell you the caliber of people that are with us in this initiative. We have people literally from Washington, D.C. to the Silicon Valley, to people that were very involved in the funding and development of the George W. Bush Presidential Library in Dallas, the most recent presidential library. People of extreme talent and visibility that will help us steer the ship of the presidential library. And the other thing I didn't mention earlier, there are only 13 presidential libraries in the country. North Dakota is going to have the 14th. That is a huge feather in the cap of the whole state in every way that you could define that, including academically.
Mr. Kelly, thank you very much. And we do appreciate the impact of this, and Dr. Mitzel, your comments on it. But I will remind, it is the board's responsibility to ask these questions. And this is our these are public lands. and it's our responsibility to ask the questions. For those of who have, as I questioned, the competitive bid process is in this document. It is Article 16, Paragraph I. So it is written in this contract, Nick, as you have stated. Any other further discussion, questions?
Madam Chair, I would just add, as we look ahead in the context, and I think Mark mentioned this to me last night, the projected growth of the western part of the state by 2030 is phenomenal. So if we're betting on something and everything is a little bit of a bet, this is probably a pretty solid one.
This is a pretty good one, I think. We have a motion on the table and a second. Hearing no other comments. Okay,
Madam Chair, I do have a
Dr.
question
Melker?
about that. If I add that amendment, does that delay the approval of this, Nick, into our next meeting? Or can that amendment be negotiated and added with these folks?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we can go ahead and make those changes and just have you ratify whatever the signed agreement is, including that as-is language as you've requested, and then have you ratify.
Because I don't want to slow up the project in any way whatsoever, because I think it's a wonderful opportunity.
So let me make sure I understand. What does that mean, Nick?
Madam Chair, members of the board, that means you can go ahead, approve the lease with the amendment to add the language. We will go ahead and add the language, get the agreement signed, and present it back to you at the next meeting, just so you can be sure the language is exactly as you want it, and then ratify it then.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none. Christie?
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. It is now 10:31. We'll take a 15-minute break. That'll bring us back here at 10:46. Thank you. And thank you very much, Mr. Kelly, and we look forward to working with your foundation and with you. Resume our meeting. We are on agenda item number 9, proposed 2017-19 biennial budget requests. I'll go to our chancellor and to Tammy Dolan for this part of the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, and just a quick thank you to the State Board for their support in yesterday's discussion regarding moving beyond a status quo system of our presidential evals approach and more rapidly implementing basically the recommendations of the HLC to have more board involvement. So I realize there's people in the audience who weren't here yesterday, but we had a great discussion on presidential evals and proposed a way with the new contracts coming up that we can begin to move to a more integrated approach with state board members. And so that's why these items came off here, and we'll be working on that over the next week or two. But this allows more board involvement. And again, just to recap, 2-year schools will be doing this in November 1st, the 4-year schools on March 1st, and the research university would stay unchanged on July 1st. So thank you again for your support on that. And then we can use the contract dates to shift into this mode. And then as to the council, the establishment of an assessment committee devoted to presidential evals that will require policy changes. We'll be working in parallel. And of course, then identifying which state board members might match up with universities. So again, thank you for that. Real quick, I'll turn over to Tammy, but remember part of the reason we moved this state board retreat earlier was to allow you to contemplate the changing budget environment, and sure enough, yesterday the budget environment changed again. And Tammy will then have some implications perhaps for that here on the following items. But to recap a couple things that were said yesterday, I thought was very thoughtful from board members and the cabinet, is that this is a strategic time. You know, to quote our vice chair, he said, there are things you keep doing. There are new things you still need to do because the world's not changing. We just turned Vern Dosh talk about the, basically the speed of change. And there's actually some things you might have to stop doing. And that was a great discussion. We also heard from the dual UND president team there is that, don't try to do everything. This is a time to focus. And so I don't know if there's any other observation from anybody else at that point before Tammy takes over, but it was a really wonderful discussion yesterday. Thank you for all the board members engaging on that.
Tammy, you are up next. And if you want to give us a little lead into the work and things, we'd sure appreciate that.
The red light on.
Try the other microphone,
Can you guys give Tammy an assist there?
or just speak loudly.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before Tammy starts, I guess I have a question on removing 6 from the agenda.
You bet.
I printed off my agenda a couple days ago, so there must have been an amended agenda that went out.
No, we just did it today.
At the
From-
beginning.
Did we approve, though, the amended agenda, or did we approve this in the amended agenda? Did I miss it this morning when it was passed out? I must have.
No, it wasn't passed out.
Okay. All right.
Dr. Malacher, the amendment to the agenda was removing 6, 7, and 8, and that is what we approved this morning. But this agenda was provided to us. Are you saying that you have a different version of it?
Well, no, I have the agenda that shows that 6, 7, and 8 are on it.
We just removed that. I requested they be removed just due to the magnitude of these items and the additional prep that is needed. So I requested removal of those items from the agenda.
Okay. The concern I have about that is that this is a big issue for the presidents as well as a big issue for our board, and a lot of them are here and concerned with that issue.
So is the rest of the world, to be honest with you,
True.
or at least the rest of North Dakota. I agree with you. First, I'm going to go back to our attorney, and are we allowed to revisit discussing the amended agenda?
Madam Chair, members of the board, a procedure would call for, if you were to revisit that, would be a motion to reconsider, and then take it back up for discussion. If again, that's per Robert's rules, that would be the procedure you'd follow.
Then that would be the procedure we'd like to, do we want to revisit the reasoning on amending the agenda? And if so, we need a motion to do so.
I would so move that we reconsider.
Do we have a second to reconsider the discussion on the amended agenda? Do we have a second to consider the discussion on the amended agenda?
I'll second to your discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and and a second. Further discussion?
I guess the discussion took place probably before I made the motion, and again, we've been working on this, and Dr. Hagerut and the rest of our board has been concerned with this over the last month.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. We have I'm sorry, Kevin.
That's fine.
We need to vote.
Wait, we have a motion and a second. Can't we have discussion?
Well, you need to have a roll call vote to have the consideration.
Thank you. This is why you are at the table with us. Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Christie?
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
No?
Mr. Ness? Mr. Steeman?
Yep.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Board Chair?
No. Discussion continues.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Again, I brought it up before I made the motion that this is an issue that concerns all of us, concerns our colleges and universities, and it's an issue that anytime you have evaluations, of course, people are concerned about how they're going to end up and what the end result is going to be. And to me, they are a very integral part of our universities and our colleges, and I think we deserve them being that it has been on the agenda, I think we deserve them the time that it takes, whether it takes a short period of time or a long period of time to discuss the issue and make those decisions.
Thank you. Further comments?
I just have a question, and I apologize if I missed this. Did we determine when we would take this up?
Yes,
Sorry.
we did.
And when was that?
June 23rd.
Oh, okay, next week at our meeting, okay.
Again,
Dr. Meliker?
Madam Chair, June 23rd is a conference call, if I'm not mistaken, or was planned to be a conference call?
It is your option. You may call in, as in all the meetings, as we're doing today, you may call in or you may attend in person. So yes, there.
It would be, again, I think it would behoove us that we are here, we are in person, and in-person meetings that for issues that are this important, I think are almost necessary.
I will remind you also that there are 3 board members that are not here today that would like very much to be in these discussions as well. And this change to the schedule was this meeting was changed. So just for logistics, there are 3 people missing today.
Sure,
Okay.
but we do have a quorum.
Chair Nesbitt,
Yes, Mr. Steeman.
as far as discussion with regard to this, I want to understand that there's a balance between doing things in an expedited manner and doing things with a well-informed background. And I would want that balance. Kevin, I understand and respect your thoughts and opinion on this. But at the same time, I want us as a board to have adequate time to look at materials, because we're the ones that have to approve these things. And so that's why I guess I believe that if we have to have a meeting next week where we've had time to look at things and at the same time operate with the type of urgency that doesn't compromise thought, I guess that's what I would choose to do.
Thank you. Mr. Steeman, other comments? Dr. Murphy?
Madam Chair, my understanding is item 6 is the executive session, and that involves the presidential evaluations and some heavy discussions that we, of course, have to have at some point. However, one issue I think that it looms on me is I've had a chance to glance at them because I received them relatively close to the meeting, and I think that's Mr. Steeman's point, is that Greg's very spot on that. We need to digest each of the individuals, especially individuals that are up for reappointment, and deferring a week to give everybody an opportunity to dive into those, I don't think is problematic. Now, I agree that we should not, and I think this is to Kevin's point, is not do it because 3 people aren't here, we have a quorum, we can conduct business. That's going to happen from time to time. My concern is, has everybody had enough time to legitimately examine these and then call the chancellor if they have any questions? Have they had that opportunity? Because, people's, essentially careers are on the line. Because they're all, individuals are up for reappointment, that's our responsibility. So I would rather err to delay it, and my recommendation would be to delay it so that everybody has adequate time to call and then speak with the chancellor about some of the nuances that he has there.
Mr. Murphy, thank you. And just for clarity on your one point, when it comes to the 3 people who are absent today, that is not the reasoning for the delay. We knew they were not going to be here ahead of time. So I just want you to know that I only pointed that out because we spoke that, there might be people absent next week as well.
Right. And for instance, I will be calling in next week from somewhere.
Absolutely.
I have no idea where, but somewhere.
Chancellor? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, if I could just comment, part of what we're seeing here is part of the reason I appreciate your support yesterday in going to a tiered system, because you have 11 of these evaluations all coming in, and as all the presidents know, we sat down, I said check for factual errors. In some cases, we went back 4 times to make sure everything was accurate. And in a couple cases, we had board members actually meet with the presidents, had to be proximity and a chance to talk. In addition, I'll just say up front, there was a death in my family, and I was gone 2 days, and we did everything we could to get things here, but my goal would have been probably to have it back 4 days in advance. But as my staff can say, I think last year, you handed them out that day, I believe, or just the day before. So we're making 100% progress, getting them to you earlier. But that's the whole rationale for the tiered system, is that board members are there, it's at a pace, it's not all this coming at once, and so certainly meant to improve the process, and that's the intent of what I briefed yesterday, and again appreciate the support for that new approach. And we could, and just all the evals were done, all the contracts were ready, have a status quo plan of changing nothing, but we wanted to be adaptive.
Madam.
So first, Mr. Johnson, excuse me.
Yeah, I think I have no problem with putting these off until next week, but I just want to make sure too that we're keeping in mind that pretty soon we'll have 3 new board members, and to put a burden on them to evaluate for a previous year that they weren't around for would also be an unfair burden.
Thank you, Brett. I do believe we must have this done in June, regardless. Yes, Dr.
No.
Melliger.
Madam Chair, again, as I got the documents, I'm trying to think 5-6 days ago maybe, and had a chance to review them. And basically, the evaluations don't talk about the tiered system, they don't talk about compensation. So my request is to go into executive session and to talk about the reappointment of the presidents, and talk about the things that came through the documents, and then give us some time to consider the tiered system, or to consider the salary compensation, so on and so forth. But I still feel that it's a huge issue, and face-to-face meetings at big issues like this are so critical. And Brett made I think a very valuable comment to that about new board members, and we're talking about evaluations of past performance, correct? Not future performance.
Yes.
Okay.
Further comment?
Just a couple, one is a comment, one's a question. One, I think with the new approach, I think, yeah, we have to have a policy change. We got to look at that and make a decision on that before we go ahead, or at least that's my understanding. And then just the other question is more of a logistical. Have we had, I'm trying to think how you'd have an executive session on a conference call. Is that something we've done, or we talked about how we would do that?
I'll let the attorney or Christie explain. And yes, we have had an executive committee call, executive session on conference. But Nick, can you explain?
Madam Chair, members of the board, you can have one. The logistics are, I think you just have to make sure it's secure and that only the person dialing in has the number, but you're allowed to have it.
Madam Chair, just
Yes,
to clarify,
Chancellor?
Member Reichert, just to clarify on the legality, we will need a policy change to establish that assessment committee we talked about, made up of board members. But we don't need a policy change for me to recommend contract terms that get us lined up. As Dr. Murphy was saying, let's not wait a year. And we were trying to actually do this as early as March, but the lawyers were not sure how board members would be involved and whatnot. So this is to try to get us moving along, which was the gist of the conversation, which we appreciate your support, is get a better system, more board involvement earlier rather than waiting a year. So that's we can do that with the contracts, and the assessment team can be assembled over the next couple months with policy change.
Madam Chair, I think the fact that we can go into executive session, whether it's in person or via phone, we will definitely go into executive session. We're not giving that up.
Correct. Any other comments or discussion? I'll ask our attorney, do we resume our agenda, or do we have other action before the board?
Madam Chair, members of the board, what we need is a motion setting a path forward. So it would be a motion, for an example, to go ahead as amended originally, or to start with number 6 and enter executive session. But we need to reestablish the order, whether
The
it's...
order of the agenda?
Yes.
So at this point, as Nick has cleared for us, we either have to go back to our original amended agenda from this morning as approved, or if anybody would like to request or make a motion to go to item number 6, or whatever a motion they'd like to do. So,
I would move that we move to item 6.
6 is, okay.
Yeah.
The motion is to move back to item number 6 on the agenda. Is there a second for that motion? Is there a second for that motion? Is there a second for the motion? Hearing none, the motion dies or the motion fails. Do we now need a motion to resume?
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion to continue with the amended agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. And any discussion on that? Christie, if you'd call roll?
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. We are now on item number 9 on the agenda, discussing the proposed 2017-19 biennial budget, and we are in the process of, Ms. Tammy Dolan is before us.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So what the next 4 items on the agenda are presentations for your consideration of the biennial budget requests for the system office, the campuses, Forest Service, the SBHE organizations, Upper Great Plains Transportation Institute, and Northern Crops Institute. I will go through the budget request for the system office, the campuses, and the Forest Service. And then Dr. Bershani will come up to the table, and he will go through with Mike Belts, Denver Tolliver, and Mark Weber, the requests for the other organizations that need to be acted upon. Again, these are just requests for your consideration. Since you're having a meeting next week, these could definitely be the approval of these items could be moved to that agenda to provide you more time to think about the decision, think about the decision a little longer and ask some questions if you would like to. That would be probably recommended, particularly in light of the revenue information, the state's revenue information that came about yesterday. So if that's what you choose to do, that certainly can be done. Okay, so I think I'll just start right in with the base budget request then for the system office, campuses, and Forest Service. And I think each of you have a packet at your spots that I will walk through for you. In total, the NDUS, which is the entire system, and this is just for the general fund based budget request, but this would be requesting a $675 million general fund based budget for the 2017-19 biennium. The amount is a decrease of $62.3 million, or a decrease of 8.4% from the current base appropriation of $737 million. This request, as I mentioned, does include the operating budgets, just operating, for the 11 institutions, the system office, including the board, including all of the financial aid programs, and CTS, and the Forest Service. The proposed budget complies fully with the governor's 10% reduction guidelines. It does include some adjustments that were provided by OMB to that base budget. So for the campuses, and I can give you, or we can go through a schedule that is on page 2 in a moment that explains this a little further. But for the campuses, what OMB included in the base budget was the student credit hour production changes based on the funding formula that's in place right now. So for the campuses, that included an increase of $11 million that OMB already built into the base budget, which is why when I go through this, you'll see that for the institutions, the net change, including the 10% reduction and then the offset of $11 million, the net change is a decrease of 8.1%. And again, just to stress that that does comply with the guidelines we received from OMB and the numbers that they gave us. For the system office and the Forest Service, OMB built in costs to continue the FY17 salary increases. This is what they do for all state agencies. Because in the current biennium, we only have 1 year in the budget for the second year salary increases. Next year, it has to be funded for 2 years. So they've built that in already. And then for the Forest Service, they also built in a small increase to their extraordinary repair base to ensure that it's funded at 15% of the OMB formula for extraordinary repairs. So what it doesn't include is it does not include any compensation adjustments for the 2017-19 biennium. It does not, and that includes salary adjustments or benefit adjustments. So it doesn't include any money for additional costs for health insurance or any of the other benefits. And again, that is consistent with the way OMB handles every agency budget. Those types of salary increases and benefit increases are considered separately by the governor, and and included in the executive recommendation, if he determines, whatever he determines would be appropriate for those, he would include in the executive budget recommendation that's presented to the legislature in December, and would, for the university system, include adjustments for those type of things as well, consistent with what would be adjusted for all state agencies.
Tammy, so as a budget committee, we'll be asked to approve compensation and salary adjustments at a later date. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Morton, the governor will recommend an amount. Then, of course, it goes through the whole legislative process. When the final appropriation is approved sometime next April or May, that's when we will come back to you in June with the annual budgets. And at that point, based on the appropriation that was provided and guidelines that your board would approve before that regarding annual budgets, we would come to you and ask for your approval for salary increases for the next biennium.
Thank you.
Okay, so just on a real high level, the base budget this time for these agencies is actually quite simple because on the top of the schedule, I'll just walk you through it. It shows for the campuses, they're in the base budget, there is a 10% reduction of 61 million. And then the add back of 11 million for the formula increases. So you'll see for the campuses, that's a net decrease of $49 million. Then for the system office, those same adjustments are made. So for the system office, it's a $12 million reduction in our base budget, which is about a 10% reduction. For the Forest Service, with the adjustments that OMB made and including the 10% reduction, their base budget would be reduced by 8.5%. And that would be the entire base budget. There's no, in the past, I think you might have seen some things added on to that and included in the base budget. We are taking the approach this time to just include the base budget as directed by OMB. And then I'll explain to you how we do have some items we're asking for consideration for, but those are considered optional adjustments. Just to point out a couple of timelines too. Now, you will approve this budget, hopefully, today or next week. And for the next couple of months, the institutions and the office will be working on getting all the numbers into the OMB budget system, which is called IBARS. And it's quite a process. It's a lot of work to get that done. We have an extension to submit those budgets to OMB by August 31st. So right around mid-August, we'll be completing all of our work. Institutions will be submitting the numbers to us, and then we will submit them to OMB by August 31st. Another thing I want to just reiterate is that this is only, the numbers you're seeing here are the general fund portion of the budget. And this is the part that's been included in the appropriation and all the budget documentations and in IBARS. That's all that's been included for the last several years at least. But the 2015 Legislative Assembly they added some reporting requirements that when we submit our budget to OMB in August, we have to include all funding sources and we have to submit a pay plan, just like other state agencies do. So our budget and our budget documents that the legislature will see will look nearly identical to all the other state agencies as far as the amount of content in there and the level of detail. Okay, so that would really conclude what I was going to say about the base budget. Does anyone have any questions before I start talking about optional packages that we're requesting?
When you say optional packages, you're talking about items 11, 12, and 13, or are you talking about something else? I'm looking at the agenda here.
No, I'm still on agenda item 9.
10. Oh,
She's on 9.
9B. So if you follow that worksheet down to about the middle of the page, you'll see a heading that says optional base budget request. Now, the governor's guidelines do allow for agencies to request additional general fund dollars through optional budget changes. Those optional adjustments will be evaluated and prioritized by OMB and the governor for potential inclusion in his executive budget. That would be assuming state general fund dollars are available, first of all, for any types of additional adjustments. Based on the news yesterday, I think the likelihood of that is not very high. However, it is all agencies will have some optional adjustments that they are asking for if funding would become available, and that's what these items are that I'll explain to you now.
Does optional also mean additional?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is what it means.
Thank you.
The optional budget request term is actually an IBARS
Okay.
system terminology.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for the campuses, you'll see the first item is a restoration of the 96% limit of the previous biennial formula funding. And that, for that amount this time, that would be an increase of $2.8 million and would only affect Dickinson State University. The reason for that request is that there is a current section of code that is sunsetting June 30th, 2017, that establishes a minimum amount payable through the funding formula of 96% of the previous biennium's formula. What that minimum amount payable does is establish a sense of some stability to an institution that is experiencing decreases in formula credit production, which means they're getting less money. So it builds in some stability so they can have time to adjust their budgets to the necessary reductions they need to make. If this section is not reinstated, and if the 10% reduction stays, and Dickinson State, because of their credit formula production, would experience a 24.5% reduction in their base general fund dollars for the 2017-19 biennium. If this statute is reinstated, they would have a funding decrease of just about 14%, which is still a lot. It's a very significant amount, but big difference too between 14 and 24%. So that's why we're asking for that, for you to consider adding that back in through an optional adjustment. The only other adjustment that we're asking for the campuses, and we're asking for the same thing for the system office and the Forest Service, would be a restoration of that 10% general fund budget cut that was included in the guidelines. And this would simply return the budget to the existing level that we have for the 2015-17 biennium. And it's not an additional funding, it just restores it to our base level right now. If all the optional budget requests were approved for the campuses, which again is very unlikely, but if they were, the increase would only be 2.4% from the current biennium, and that would solely be because of the funding formula and the increased credit production that the institutions have experienced. Now for the system office, I already explained that our first ask back would be to restore the general fund, 10% general fund cut. We do have two other items that we're asking for that would be base requests. One is $2.6 million to implement 3 system-wide shared service initiatives that you heard about yesterday. The learning management system, the CourseLeaf online course catalog, and then a student course scheduling module. Those would affect all institutions, but would be run through the CTS division and be a shared service for all institutions. The other, and if you have additional questions on that, Lisa Feldner I'd ask for her to answer those questions if you do have them. The second item we would be asking for in our base budget is the addition of one new employee, one FTE, at a cost of $245,000 for the biennium. That would be for a policy director position in the system office to assist with board operations, board communications, and then policy development and revisions going on in the office. As you may recall, our base budget for the current biennium for 2015-17 was cut by $2 million from the prior biennium. We have made adjustments in there, some of which includes there's been some vacancies. We've had to eliminate a couple of positions, And this would be a way to add back some of that person power that we need in the office, just to keep operations at a level that is sufficient for you and for us. Now, if those optional budget requests were approved, the system office budget would increase by 2% from the 15-17 level, which was still a significant reduction from the prior biennium due to that $2 million cut. The next group would be the Forest Service. Their only add back that they would be requesting is that restoration of the 10%, which would bring their budget back to its existing level. And if that were approved with the increases that OMB already gave them for cost to continue and extraordinary repairs, their budget increase would be 1.5% from the existing budget. Those items I described to you were what we call, and what the budget staff at OMB call base increases. So they would be added to your base ongoing budget going forward. There's also the opportunity in the guidelines to ask for one-time funding. And the funding requests we're including in this budget that are one-time funding would be $7 million for continued growth in the board-approved and legislatively approved healthcare workforce initiative at the School of Medicine at UND. I know you've heard about that in prior biennia, so I won't go into that in much detail, but this one-time funding would cover those initial costs that are continuing as new students are added and new medical students and medical residents are added, just until the credit production formula is fully capturing all the increase in credits. So this would provide them that one-time funding to tide them over until the formula catches up with the growth in credits. In the system office, we have two one-time requests. One is for $450,000 to develop financial aid systems to administer the Scholars Program, the North Dakota Indian Scholarship, the STEM and Teacher Loan Forgiveness Programs, and the Professional Student Exchange Program. Our current systems right now are less than adequate. They're at risk of failure because they're extremely old, and they don't allow us to streamline our processes and process things as quickly as we would like to for the institution. So this would allow us to streamline the processes and eliminate some administrative burden, not only for our office, but for the students and the campuses as well. And the final one-time item in the system office is $30,000 to update the website, which was created in 2010. Hasn't had major updates since then. The content management system is not user-friendly. It's reaching the end of its useful life and will lose its vendor support within a few years. So those are the one-time requests for the campuses and system office. Two other items that we are recommending for inclusion in the budget would be two capital projects. If you'll recall, at the May meeting, each one of the campuses went through what they were proposing for capital projects. We know there's, again, the likelihood of these being funded is not good. However, they are significant needs, and we know that. So the two items, which are on pages 3 and 4, or pages 3, I should say, of the packet, are the Communication and Fine Arts Building at Valley City State and the Dunbar 2 project at NDSU. Those two items were approved by the legislature last time. However, they were approved contingently if revenues became available, which they didn't. So those projects, they were a priority last time for the office and the board and the campuses and the legislature. So those two are the only items we are submitting of all the lists that you heard from for your approval.
Tammy, as we visit on that, the one that I remember, which borderline safety issue, was the Mayville State. How has that been handled? the building
Yep.
Dr. Hagan described to us.
Yep, Madam Chair, the building at Mayville, and Dr. Hagan may, want to add some more specifics when I'm done, but they have addressed that situation, met with Rick Tonder, met with the appropriate contractors, and are making the corrections to their system to eliminate that fire hazard that he was talking
Fire
about.
hazard, the safety hazard that
Right.
we felt was in place.
Yep.
I'll defer to Dr. Hagan. Do you have a plan to adequately address that that's outside of these recommendations?
I'll speak loud. Yes, we do. Construction will start the next few days, as far as I know. They're on their way. We had to forego something else to pay for it.
Okay, so you prioritized and brought this up to, within your own budget.
Right, exactly.
Thank you, Dr. Hagan, we appreciate that. Okay. Tammy? Oh,
So if we look at the sheet with the green lines on it, for those projects that are recommended for inclusion in the biennial budget request, the first two that I just mentioned were the Valley City and NDSU projects. There are also 4 items that are non-state funded projects that also require your approval to be included in the budget request. They are Residence Hall at NDSU, the University Village replacement at NDSU, Chester Fritz Library renovation at UND, and then the Gamble Hall renovation and addition project at UND. You can see the amounts in column 7 for those. The Gamble Hall amount is still being determined at this time. It is, and I'll have Rick Tonder come up, and he's here today. If you'd like more explanation on really any of these projects or the reasons for the ranking on them. But these are all valuable projects. For the Gamble Hall project, we will need to have a dollar amount for that before we can submit it to OMB. So that amount will be forthcoming, and we can certainly bring that, to the board at that time.
Madam Chair?
yes.
I have a couple of questions, if that's okay. I want to know how those projects were ranked and those types of things in a few minutes, but getting back to part 1 of the base budget request, I'm trying to figure out the cost to continue the salary increases for the ND US office. How was that determined, and what percentage was used, and how did that come about?
Madam Chair and Dr. Meliker, that was an amount determined by OMB, and how that was calculated is they look at the salaries that were in place at the beginning of the 2015-17 biennium, and they evaluated how that, based on the 3% average salary increases that were approved by the legislature last biennium, they do a calculation to say how much is it going to cost you in the 17-19 biennium to pay for any salary increases you're giving in the fiscal year 17. They split it up really, and they look at the cost of the increase for 1 year and then multiply it by
In the same vein, the cost to continue in the Forest Service, the salary increases, is that determined the same way?
Yes, it's determined the same way, and the amount was determined by OMB.
So the rest of our personnel, staff, administration, campus-wide salary increases are not determined till after the governor gives his approves this request, and then they will be either added on to that or subtracted, or tell me how that works.
For the 2017-19 biennium, so those salary increases that would be given for fiscal year 18 and fiscal year 19, those would be added potentially by the governor in his executive budget request. So there'd be some adjustment made to all of our appropriations. All the numbers you're seeing here would go up if he's recommending a salary increase. This amount, this cost to continue amount, doesn't have anything to do with the 17-19 increases. It has to do with the salary increases that are given this year for the fiscal year 17. So those, for the salary increases that would be given on July 1st of 2016 and are in effect for this coming year.
Then the same salary increases are granted to the university and colleges, correct? In the same percentage?
The, for the institutions,
Okay.
there is no, OMB has not made any specific budget adjustments for this cost to continue piece. They are building that into either the formula increase amount, the $11 million that they added into the budget, or it could be considered as part of an inflationary factor that OMB might add for salary increases next time.
So the governor for the budget of 17-19, the governor would look at part 1, part 2, correct?
Right, for when he's evaluating and determining his recommendation, he would look at part 1, part 2, and then part 3, which is the
Okay. So he will look at all of these numbers before he will look at granting salary increases to the rest of our colleges and universities. Is that correct?
He will, the governor will look at all of these numbers that we're asking for all the institutions, in our whole system. He'll also look at all the amounts that are requested by other state agencies and determine if there's enough revenue going forward to fund whatever he can fund. So he has to look at it statewide when he's making his decision and look at the amount of revenue that's available. So I'm not sure if I'm getting at your specific question.
And I don't want to belabor the point, but I think it is important to realize, though, that the university system staff is granted salary increases, correct?
No, Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chairman and Dr. Meliker, that's not. The University System Office, this does not include salary increases for the 17 biennium for the system office, for anybody, any of the institutions. This is only the cost to continue amount for this current biennium's increases. I think what if I'm understanding now I think I understand, there is not a cost to continue adjustment that's been added in to the campus budgets by OMB.
I just want it to be a fairness issue.
Yep.
And everyone is treated the same. If there's no salary increases coming to our colleges and universities, then throughout our system, there should be no salary increases granted. And is that the way I'm reading this, or am I reading it?
That will be the case if the governor grants salary increases for anybody for the 17 night, for any state agency, we would, I would assume, be treated the same for everybody within the higher ed system, whether you're in the system office or the campuses. But for this particular amount here, this is not for salary increases for next biennium. It's to cover costs for the current biennium. And
But
that
the-
amount is not in the institutional number.
Correct, but the new budget then is based on that.
Yes.
Okay. Then I have a question on the capital projects, Rick. Can you explain to me how the priorities were established and how that developed, please?
Chair Nesset, members of the committee, Dr. Meliker, we previously requested that the campuses submit their capital project budget requests based upon a prioritization for deferred maintenance and life safety repairs that are a component of the total cost. And so in their scoping and estimating documents, the institutions indicate this is the percentage of that cost that's attributed to deferred maintenance, and that which is attributed to programmatic needs, and that which is attributed to life safety. So the projects that received the highest ranking had the highest percentages of deferred maintenance and life safety. So for example, project number 3, that was not recommended but ranked 3, 100% of that budget, 100% of that request would be going to offset life safety and deferred maintenance needs. Where there was a tie, let's say that it was 100% and 100%, I would look at which one is more critical. If it was a deferred maintenance related to a heating system versus a deferred maintenance related to masonry repairs in that case.
Was there a committee put together to review these, or were they just reviewed through your office?
I reviewed them, and then I shared the information with Tammy and Kathy, and then jointly we went through and made sure that I was on the right path here.
Yeah.
I wasn't diverted.
Because the first time that I've seen it is today.
Oh,
And so maybe it was my fault that I didn't see it earlier.
No, this is the first time we've brought this information to the board, the prioritized
correct.
list, you're right. We also did talk about this with senior staff and go through the logic behind the ranking. And what I'd like to point out is on those projects that are not recommended, so that would be page 4 of your handout with the blue headings on it. Those projects we have also prioritized. Even though we're not asking for you to include them, we did prioritize them according to the method that Rick just described. So they are listed in what we would call a priority order. And this list would be available for the legislature, or we could even get it to the governor's office. If money were to become available, this would be what I would consider a prioritized list that we could provide to them for them to work from in that event that there is funding. So when you approve this, or however you approve it, this list, we would want you to consider that priority list and know that this is what we would submit and in that priority order.
Tammy, thank you. And Mr. Tondra, thank you. Are there questions or comments from the board? Ms. Tufte?
Chair Nessa and Tammy, just for clarity, I believe in our last conversation about this, the governor's recommendations did not include capital projects. So this is asking for the grace of our legislature to concur with our priorities here. Or have I misunderstood kind of where we're at?
Are you referring back to Envision 2030 and the presentation by the governor?
Yes.
Yes, we do remember that well.
Chair Nessa, members of the committee, Ms. Tufte, the issue with the capital projects, of course, is that's a one-time request, and the governor's indicated there would be no one-time funding available. And so keeping them in the budget request component means that if financial outlook changes between now and 9 months from now, there is an opportunity for us, this is what we would request if funding became available. So including it in the request doesn't necessarily say you're disrespectful of the fact that there may not be any reserves, but at the same time saying that if such a thing should happen, we have done our homework and we have prioritized the request.
But that also explains why it's a very limited list at this point in time.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Point, thank you. Dr. Murphy?
Yeah, if Tammy or Rick, if you could explain on the Gamble Hall, can you give a little bit more details on that? I realize it's to be determined and we have no idea where the money's going to come from, but do we have any idea of the scope of this project? What's going on? I assume it will be funded by private gifts?
Chair Nessett, members of the committee, Dr. Murphy, the issue at hand is that they haven't completed the scoping. It is my understanding that it was to be funded from private gift giving, but at the same time, since they haven't completely finished the scoping, which they hope to complete over the next few months, we have to put it in the queue now because the acceptance of that gift would require legislative approval. And so we wouldn't want to delay and then come back to budget section, because the question usually is, if you knew about this when the full legislature was in session, why didn't you bring it forward? So we want to make sure it gets in the queue. Between now and the session, they would have the numbers and the scope of work available, and then it could be given board consideration to be either included or not included at that time as well.
President Schaefer, do you have any additional?
Yes, Madam Chairman. The other thing to point out is this has already been approved by the legislature, and there's a caveat that if you don't start the project, it'll drop off the list. So by offering it again without public funding, it still gets it in the queue when the funding arrives.
Thank you.
Yeah, very important. Any other questions, comments? Tammy, do you have further information for us, or?
That was the summary of my presentation. I would gladly answer any more questions today or over the next week before you vote on the budget request.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
one clarification, because I'm a little bit murky. Because certainly I may get questions from faculty, so I just want to have some kind of clarity here, because we've sort of gone around on whether there are or not any salary increases. So taking out language like, well, it's from maintaining last biennium's whatever, let's just cut to the chase. Are there any budget increases for faculty or staff salaries in the budget that's moving forward?
For the 2017-19
Correct.
appropriation, though these numbers do not include any salary increases that would be specifically funded by the state with general fund dollars for the 17-19 biennium.
Perfect. That's why I just want to make sure, because when the emails start coming, I don't want to give bad news if it's good news. But I think that's not unreasonable facing the situation that we're currently in. Thank you for that clarification.
Madam
Yes,
Chair?
yes, Dr. Malacher?
I was at the Interim Education Committee meeting last Tuesday and Wednesday, and Representative Martinson said, and I want to quote what he said, and I think it's very true, is that we do not want to balance our budget on the backs of our staff and the backs of the people that work here. So I don't know if there's a way we can request a budgeting salary increase, or if there's a way we can do that, because as we present all of these things to the governor, you know, the requests for salary increases are going to get pushed down and pushed down and pushed down. So is there any other way we can address that and look at that?
If I can, real quick, may I?
Yes.
I just want to state something that I think that we haven't, my colleagues across the nation, there are plenty of institutions that were taking 5% pay cuts through the last recession. And we did not have anything but pay increases in the great state of North Dakota. And I think we need to look at that and say, you know, it's time perhaps for us to have to pay on that side. And I mean, I will speak for the faculty colleagues, is that, you know, I have colleagues around the nation who, you know, they used to say, oh, you're in North Dakota, and they're like, oh, but you're getting big pay raises, and we're getting pay reductions. Not pay raises, not small raises, but reductions, salary reductions. And so I think the state and the legislatures, I think, treated faculty and staff very fairly, trying to bring salaries up to be more competitive within the region. And I think we've done a lot to move the needle in that direction. However, we're in a difficult financial situation. I think we just all have to realize that it's time for all of us to, in a way, help alleviate the situation, okay? And so, I mean, of course, we'd love to see, I mean, who doesn't want to raise? But on the other hand, I think it's prudent to have a firm financial footing for the entire institution, and that's our responsibility. And so, not to cut that off as far as, you know, on the backs of blah, 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 but, you know, it's great rhetoric. But the reality is we're in a tough financial time. And in the absence of raising taxes or anything else, you know, we have to spend the money that's there. And if it's not there, we can't give out raises that don't exist. And we were in a household where we were receiving IOUs from the state of California at one point. So we weren't getting a paycheck. We were getting an IOU, which, frankly, the bank doesn't take for the mortgage.
They don't accept that very well. President Schaefer, you had a comment?
Yes, Madam Chairman. And members of the board, and Tammy might correct me on this, but it's my understanding that the legislature will deal with salary increases or salary regimen for all public employees on a separate budget item, not to be included in the higher ed budget.
We really appreciate the clarity. Tammy?
That's exactly right. The governor and the legislature will deal with, as I had mentioned earlier, I thought, separately. So it's not just, what I wanted to clarify is this does not say that there will not be any salary increases. It just means we are leaving that decision up to the governor and the legislature to determine if there will be any.
Thank you. President Schaefer?
Yes, I thought I might just clarify that issue on the continuing 2017 salaries that we've been talking about. The reason for that is because the legislature puts forth a 2-year budget. In each of those years, they put a cap on salaries or a minimum on salaries or whatever they do. It's an estimate, and they don't know exactly what's going to happen in that second year. So the second year, salary increases or not that are commanded by the institutions needs to be then translated to the whole next biennium budget or the next 2 years. So it's really only half of the budget where that salary increase has taken place in the current one. When its actuality is there, they calculate then what that's going to mean for the next 2-year budget. So you have that carry. It's basically a carry forward of what you did in the current year.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Chancellor, I believe you have a question.
Right, and I just wanted to echo something that I've talked to some of the presidents about, is even though we are at this time of tightening down across the board, and many, including me, will not take pay raises, but back to Member Melliker's point, if we have a new program, let's say something in medical, and you've got to hire people and you've got to keep growing, that's where these hard choices come in, because we do want to be able to hire and grow programs. Because as we know, in some recessions in the past, they went on for years, and you just had to tighten the belt, innovate, and as Member Morton said, prioritize. I just want to be sure that we understand people can still hire, they can still build programs, they have to make hard choices to probably do that now.
Ms. Tufte.
So as we continue forward, I think that one thing the board could possibly look at is with the administrative cost study that's going on. If you start looking at that perhaps by tier, that might give the boards some opportunity to provide guidance if there's some equity issues or market issues that might be unique to institutions by tier. And Kevin, that might help address some of the salary issues, because as we know, that salary recommendation is an average across the campuses. And I think that as that data starts to come forward, it might give you some ideas of what guidance there may need to be.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? We are on items 9A and B. And with no further comments, the request has come. Warm food is in the back, that at this point we will take a break for lunch. Is that acceptable? It is now 11:51. Do we have an hour for allocated?
Whatever you would like to give, probably we can eat at the table. It's up to you.
Is there any request to do a working lunch, or do we want to just, we did want to give people an opportunity to see the building as well. I don't know how much. Okay, well then we will, pardon me? Okay, then we will compromise here. A shorter lunch will bring us back at 12:45 to resume the meeting. Thank you. Okay, thank you. At this time, we will continue the meeting. We are on item number 9C, State Board of Agricultural Research and Education. Our presenter here is Dr. Brashani. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the usual thing. We'll go through the affiliated agencies with NDSU. I'm going to take them out of order so I can put the ag ones together. For the record, the Forest Service is also an affiliated agency. Larry must have talked Tammy into doing his presentation so that he didn't have to get up. But Dr. Larry Kochman, the director of the North Dakota Forest Service, is here, and I do want to recognize him.
Thank you.
I do also want to recognize Dr. Ken Grafton, Vice President for Agricultural Affairs, Dean of Ag, Food Systems and Natural Resources, and Director of the Experiment Station, and Dave Rulin, the Director of Budget for Ag, who are in the back, in case when we get to the ag topics, we have anything to cover there.
Thank you.
First off, I'd like to introduce Dr. Denver Tolliver from Upper Great Plains Transportation Institute. As you know, Upper Great Plains is a multi-state agency, large amount of federal funding, and a real exemplar both in the research and application of that research and service to our state and the Midwest. Dr. Tolliver.
Welcome, Dr. Tolliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I do have a PowerPoint presentation
okay.
that I would like to show if I possibly could. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today about the North Dakota State University's Upper Great Plains Transportation Institute. I'll refer to as UGPTI for short. Our 2015-17 general fund appropriation was $4,847,000. However, $750,000 of that was one-time funding for us to conduct a statewide county and township road and bridge infrastructure investment needs study, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. If looking at our 90% base budget without the one-time funding, we're looking at a potential reduction of $1.16 million from our funding that was approved for the 2015-2017 legislative session. Our first request is the restoration of our base funding. And I'll give a little background here. The legislature increased our base funding in the 2015 session so that we could develop a statewide road and bridge asset management system. And the goal of that asset management system is to monitor the legislature's investment, substantial investment in county and township roads and bridges, and to focus on maintenance and preservation. Since that was the last program that was added, I would be justified in saying that if our base funding is not restored, that I would have to severely cut that program. And in fact, it would be convenient because I know that's one of the legislature's priority, but I cannot do that. That program is too important to the state. It's critical to our economic development. So if our base funding is not restored, then I will have to cut other programs that have been in existence for a longer time, and we'll have to, and that will affect personnel that have been employed much longer. But that's just what will have to be done. The other three initiatives were developed and approved by our 19-member advisory council, which includes the departments of Commerce, Agricultural, and Transportation, and also the North Dakota Public Service Commission, the Association of Counties, the League of Cities, Wheat Commission, Corn and Soybean Council, and many other constituencies around the state. So the Advisory Council has asked me to ask you for three optional requests. The first one is funding to continue our road and bridge infrastructure studies, funding for rail freight and safety, research and analysis, and funding for a motor carrier safety program. And so with your permission, I will come back and talk about these requests in additional detail. But first, I'd like to brief you on the status of the studies that we're conducting for the legislature and essentially have already been completed. We finished our statewide analysis of the investment needs in county and township roads and bridges. Unlike previous analyses, this one we had to do scenario analysis because of uncertainties in the energy sector. So our three scenarios were 30, 60, and 90 rigs. We've already reported the status to the Interim Transportation Committee, and I'm assuming that we'll be asked later in the summer to report to the Transportation Committee and the Budget section. So that study is already done, it's already completed. We were also tasked with conducting a truck size and weight study with the North Dakota DOT. The legislature did not give us any funding for this, although they named us in the legislation. They gave the North Dakota DOT some funding, which they transferred to us, but this is a massive study in which we're looking at potentially the use of 129,000-pound double trailer trucks on the truck network in the state or on certain corridors and configurations. So we not only have to estimate the impacts on roads and bridges, we also have to look at a whole host of issues like safety, impacts on communities, and do a detailed analysis quantifying the benefits to each individual type of industry in the state. So I was able to get US DOT approval to use a lot of federal funds for this. We really didn't get the funding from the North Dakota DOT until about 4 or 5 months ago, but we got the study finished, very fast-track study, and it will be reported to the interim committees as well. We made great progress on the road and bridge asset management system. In fact, we've already got an online system ready with a considerable mapping and graphic capabilities so that a county road manager can go in and click on a road segment, and then it'll automatically show all the data that we have collected for that road, how we show its road surface condition to be, what our truck traffic forecasts are for that, and we think over time that we'll get all of the counties involved in this system, and then it will provide a consistent information system for the legislature. And then over time we'll add modeling capabilities to this, so when someone clicks on the road segment, it not only shows the existing traffic in condition, but it forecasts out over 15, 20 years, shows the deterioration curve of the road, and then also shows what would happen if you do certain preservation treatments at certain times, like a seal coat, a microsurface, whatever. So this will be a tremendously useful tool, not only to the legislature, but to the counties as well. So now I'd like to segue back to the 3 optional requests that our advisory council has placed forward. Fund $750,000 for us to continue the road and bridge infrastructure studies. One of the things that most people don't realize about this is that we do a lot of data collection that is not done anywhere else. Every biennium we go out and we collect traffic data at well over 1,000 locations on county roads. We not only collect the data, we count the number of different types of trucks. We run over those paved roads with specialized vans and other vehicles and come up with very precise estimates of the surface road condition. And then we also test the roads so that we can determine what the subgrade and substructure strength is. And so we do non-destructive testing, and then we also use ground penetrating radar so we can actually see what's under the surface. And most people don't realize, you go out and drive a county road, you have no idea what's underneath there. It could be good, could not be so good. So it's really hard to tell the legislature that you need to reconstruct roads instead of resurfacing them unless we have that data. So not only would the governor and the legislature lose the estimates of investment needs, they would lose all of this data, and so would the counties. And so we're asking for the continuation of the funding. We have a great team in place that's been in place over 5-8 years, professional engineers, research engineers, people experienced in economics and planning, and they're highly valued and would have great opportunities around the state. And so I know one is tempted to say, okay, well, let's skip this and let's come back maybe 2 legislative sessions from now, and then we'll want you to start doing the studies again. But I don't think that I could keep this group together. They would be in such high demand, and we would not be ready to respond to the state and the legislature upon request. Our next option is for funding to allow us to establish a rail freight and safety program in the state. The Public Service Commission was successful in getting an additional track inspector last time. But they really don't have the research capabilities, and they have asked me several times for us to be their research arm. They have no funding for that, so we're sort of doing it as I can right now. But what we'd want to do is work with them in Federal Railroad Administration, look at all the data, see if we can do research into the causes and consequences of derailments and the risk of moving hazardous materials, and in particular look at highway and rail grade crossing safety risk. In addition to this, the short line railroads in the state are strongly in support of this proposal, because if we got this funding, then we'd be able to go out into the field every summer like we do with county roads and develop a detailed inventory of their track, which is really old, outdated track, some of which was built in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Have a similar inventory for the state, and many people may not realize that the state actually has a loan fund program, and they invest in regional and short line railroads. So you would like to establish and develop the same kind of database, quality database that we have for county roads and bridges. Last, in conclusion, we're asking for $250,000 to allow us to match Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration grants. 2 to 3 years ago, motor carrier safety was a big issue nationally, and we did not have a good reputation. Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has told us many times they want us to apply for these grants, and they never use up the money. There's all kinds of federal dollars out there. But it requires a 20% match of non-federal funds, and so what we're asking for, if we were to get $250,000 of buy-in, and we could leverage that into as much as $1 million in federal grants and do a lot of great research on motor carrier safety. So in conclusion, the loss of one-time funding would have a tremendous impact, not only on us, but there'd be a great loss of data to counties and to the legislature. We would no longer have that consistent traffic and road condition database over time. It would certainly result in the possible loss of key staff with great accumulated expertise. It would also affect students. We hire a lot of civil engineering junior and undergraduate students. Sometimes we have as many as 20, 30 working for us, and they're out in the field learning how to do data collection with this funding. The loss of our base funding would really reduce our capability to match federal grants. All of our federal grants require a substantial non-federal match. And in the case of the University Transportation Centers program, it's a dollar-for-dollar match. So over time, this would affect our capability to procure federal grants as well as impact staff positions. So I've taken a lot of time here, and I'll just conclude with that, with the statement that the loss of both the base and the one-time funding would have a very dramatic impact on UGPTI, and it would really hurt our overall momentum. Thank you for your time and attention.
Chair Nessett, I'm sure Dr. Tolliver would be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Dr. Wood, I just want to ask, you used the term a couple of times about, loss of data. Would the data actually be preserved? And you also alluded to the fact that the team and the personnel would be most likely lost.
Yes.
But, I mean, when I look at, budget cuts, and some of these things are just going to happen.
Yes.
We can preserve the data. There may be a lapse in the acquisition of the data.
That's correct, Madam Chair. We will have the historical data that we've collected over the last 6 to 8 years.
Okay.
Then there will be a lapse or loss of current data.
Right.
And then if the legislature were to come back at some later point and add funding, we could start the data collection effort again. The issue with respect to staff is I have a lot of professional research staff funded on this program. Some of them don't have other funding opportunities. They have great expertise. I would certainly do everything I could to keep them, but the uncertainty is really an issue, and they have a lot of offers, and I've had people come to me and ask questions already. So I think we would definitely lose some because of the funding, but we'd probably lose more just simply because they're going to go somewhere where they have a lot more certainty of funding.
I agree with you, Dr. Tolliver, and that would be a sad state of affairs. The other thing I wanted to ask, on the rail carrier safety issue, does the work you do supply, is it provided to the private sector? Does it help in the BNSFs of the world?
Madam Chair, it could be used, but the great need in the state is the 3 regional railroads. We still have probably 1,200 miles of line in the state that are operated by those small railroads. They don't have the internal staffing capability and the funds that the BNSF and the Canadian Pacific do. So their analytical capabilities are just way, way less. They would be the major beneficiary, but we would also give it to the Class 1 roads as well.
So the short lines are what you're referring to?
Yes.
Here. Okay, and
Yes,
those
Madam
are the
Chair.
ones that you are doing currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions? Dr. Murphy?
Yeah, let's go back to the short line. So if the major beneficiaries are short line, is there any way you can create a private public partnership to help offset those funds that you need from these short line railroads? I'm sure there are entities that are making money. You said notice the state does have some investment. I don't know what their position is in these short line railroads, but certainly they're important for serving smaller communities and so forth that the main lines have abandoned. So is that a possibility? Because I think you were talking about $250,000, right?
Actually, for the railroad one, we were talking about $325,000 over 2 years.
Motor carrier was $250,000.
Motor carrier's $250,000.
Yeah, so,
yes.
so $325,000, it might be reasonable to see what kind of public-private partnership could come out of that to help fund that. I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind that all 3 of these elements are important. But the question is, what can we do in these times? So.
Yes, Dr. Murphy, Madam Chair. I think that would be an opportunity to potentially leverage Class 1 railroad funding with as well. Because they're very unlikely to directly fund anything, but if we have some funding, then we can get them to participate. And then the other thing too is that the data could then be publicly used. Because if we work for them, we can't. It's got to be theirs, and we can't release anything.
Right, but I'm thinking the short lines.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dr.
Do you
Malachi.
have plans in place in case the funding is not totally restored? A 5%, for example, reduction or a 3%
Yes.
reduction? Okay.
Yes, at the first 5% reduction, I closed down positions, and if we're not restored to base funding, then I will have to close down a couple of other positions. So I do have plans.
And it's people positions,
Those
correct?
people positions, yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
And I could also point out they will not be the most recently ones hired, and that's a really difficult thing to do internally, because you have to strategically say which are the most critical programs, and so some of the newer hires would stay over some of the ones with more experience.
That is, that's the hard part of this, one of the hard parts of it. Tough decisions. Any other questions or comments from the board? Dr.
Thank you.
Bashani, Dr. Tolliver,
you.
thank you very much. Next item is D, Upper Great Plains Transportation Institute again.
Yeah, I took them
Yep,
out of line, so
yep, I
I'll
see
go with
that,
the ag ones now and go with the State Board of Agricultural Research.
Research and Education, okay.
Yes, ma'am. And by way of quick context for the new board members, as you and returners would certainly know, the Ag Appropriations Bill is separate from the Higher Education Appropriations Bill. And to guide NDSU in its activities, years ago, the State Board of Agricultural Research and Education was created with a revolving group of industry leaders representing different segments of the industry. They review the proposals by NDSU's various agricultural entities and then provide the priorities for funding as we go into the legislative session. So at this time, I'd like to introduce the chair of the State Board, Mike Belts, and have him come up and present their budget request.
Thank you, President Shine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, Chancellor, thanks for the opportunity to report to you today. Glad you broke for lunch, because it wouldn't have been right for a farmer to stand between you and your food, so.
Good point. We don't listen very well either when we're
There you go. Like President Brashani mentioned, my name is Mike Belts. I farm near Hillsborough, and I have the honor of serving as chairman of the State Board of Ag Research and Education. We'll start with the title. The Ag Research part is the North Dakota Ag Experiment Station and the 7 affiliated RECs that are located around the state. The education part is extension. Nothing less, nothing more. It is the extension service that we are responsible for. The extension is education, so in case there's confusion about the title of our board, that's the context that is correct.
That reaches out to all of our counties
Right.
throughout the state. That is education.
Right. Yep.
Thank you.
That's what extension does, basically, is education. They have a small research component as well, but basically they convey the research findings to the people in the state, whether it be ag producers, family and consumer science, and the like. So, as President Brashani mentioned, SBAR was created in '97 by the legislature. That would have been the ag research part, and then it became SBAR in '99 with the addition of the extension service. We have a 16-member board. President Brashani, Vice President for Ag, Director of the Experiment Station, Ken Grafton, Dr. Chris Borboom, the Director of the Extension Service, Ag Commissioner Goring serves on our board, Senator Klein, and Representative Bowe. And then we have 5 people selected from the Ag Coalition, and there's 5 people that come from the multi-county extension districts around the state. So the 16-member board. The Commissioner, Dr. Grafton and Dr. Borboom are non-voting members, so they don't vote on their own budgets. So, duties are detailed in the handout that you received, detailed in Century Code. Basically, it breaks down to 3 areas. We're in charge of policy, budgetary considerations, and reporting. Our biannual budget request comes to you, as well as goes to OMB, and we also present to the Appropriations Committee, House and Senate side. I've already outlined the Ag Experiment Station. The main station is in Fargo, and then the Brant's Research Extension Centers around the state. Agriculture brings their needs for research to us. We weigh it and then convey it on up the ladder. It is very much a bottom-up process, not a top-down. Ag tells us their needs instead of us or doing it the other way around. For the Extension Service, there are 4 main programmatic areas: Ag and Natural Resources, 4-H Youth Development, Community Vitality, and Family and Consumer Sciences. And as you mentioned, it's a county-based system. There are county agents virtually in every county in the state unless there's an opening. Family and Consumer Sciences, there are extension specialists located at the different RECs across the state, therefore research extension centers, and some offices have more. Some of the bigger counties have bigger staffs, but there is a presence in every county in the state. We are pleased to report that the system is functioning at a high level, which is a testament to the quality of people in the system and a reflection of administration doing an excellent job of running the programs. President Brashani, Dr. Grafton, Dr. Borboom, and Dave Ruin, Director of the Ag Budget Office. They're excellent people to work with and gentlemen to boot. As would be familiar with the people sitting behind me, we are dealing with the budget allotment as well as doing our due diligence and developing a 90% budget for the upcoming legislative session. Research and extension are collaborative efforts. Commodity groups will fund research. The basic premise for the research side is the state provides the person and the place, and it's up to the researcher to garner their funding for research projects, whether it's grants, gifts, grants, contributions, or, like I say, work for commodity groups. With that, we'll get, I'll use my prop at this time. We gather input from our stakeholders. This is the information that we got from all the people that testified to us. So I was going to say that when I came up, that this is my presentation, not that, so I didn't make you nervous.
Okay. We're with you.
What we have is a prioritized needs-based budget for the experimentation and extension service, as well as one-time and capital requests. In the packet of information that you received, I'm guessing you all got a handout today. My comments are on the first 2 pages. The third page is a status report of projects or things that were funded by the last legislative session. I won't go into them, but they're there for your review. And then on the next page, we get into the actual biennial budget request. As has been stated before me, number 1 is restoration of the 15-17 original appropriation. Number 2, on the experimentation side, is the Oaks irrigation site. Just a little bit of background on that. That has been funded primarily by Garrison Diversion, and they want to go in a different direction, plus grants that Carrington has been able to secure for that location. So the request is operating to keep that site going. The community has done a fantastic job of supporting that. There will be land gifted to the foundation so that it continues in the future. Commodity groups have stepped up and purchased another linear irrigator for down there. So it's an important piece and one we'd like to see continue moving forward. The next one is enhancing research infrastructure for grad student funding. This is a program where everybody wins. Nobody loses in this program. The student benefits, the state benefits, the research. It's a win-win-win for everybody. Like I said, there's nobody loses in that situation. The next one is operating funds. That's pretty straightforward. It goes to different areas. I'll let you review them. The next one is enhancing research infrastructure to research extension centers. Their costs continue to escalate.
When you say infrastructure on that, excuse me, Mr. Belts,
Yep.
Examples, what are you?
There, it's operating support, so they have to rent vehicles from the state motor pool, stuff like that, so it's their normal operating expense.
Okay.
So, yep. The fifth one is plant virologist and plant pathology position and operating support. Currently, there is no one that covers virology in the state. What they're doing is getting by with assist from plant pathology. There's a person that knows something about it. A lot of diseases are virology. Viruses may be an instigator to cause a disease, and they deal with the disease, but there's nobody that deals with the virus or having technically a virologist on staff. There's a pulse pathology technical support staff. You'll notice in the ag experimentation, there are only requests for 2 FTEs within that whole arena. And the last one is harnessing the microbiome for improvement in plant, animal, and soil health. With that, I'll move on to the extension service. There again, the restoration of the base budget is number 1 priority. Number 2 is enhancing extension infrastructure operating support, as is similar to the research extension centers. And this is for all programmatic areas within extension. It's not targeted to one. It would be available for the 4 different areas. Farm safety is the third one. There's a real need. We had really compelling testimony from people. We had a farmer that came in and lost his hand when he was combining. I mean, it's real, and things happen. It wasn't that long ago we lost a state legislator to a farming accident. So it happens, and it's real, and without thought, it can happen to any of us. And the fourth one is enhancing the ag economy. It's an FTE for farm financial management specialist. I won't belabor it. It's all there. I'll let you go through that at your leisure. On the extension side, the capital and one-time requests, I'll do the one-time funding, it's at the bottom of the page. Utility costs for the greenhouse, that was never included when they was completed. And then sometime in the future, the assessments for road improvement, 19th Avenue in Fargo, when that happens, the experiment station owns a lot of property on both sides, starting just west of the dome, going all the way out to 45th. As President Brashani has mentioned, when that happens, it'll be the mother of all assessments because it will have a huge impact on the experiment station, and somebody will have to cover that.
What will your accessibility be?
It's not going to be the accessibility, it'll be the charge for the special assessment for the roadway.
It'd be about a mile of specials, which would be tens of millions, an extraordinary number.
It's to be determined at this point. We don't, it'll come at some point in the future, but just so you're aware of, at some point in time, that will be a real issue. And then I'll just touch on the first capital improvement project, is the sea cleaning facilities at the RECs. This was partially funded last legislative session. We are asking for the balance on that. It's a critical need it's been in the pipeline for at least 4 sessions. They did part of it last time, and we're hoping they could finish that. And like I said, I'll let you look at the balance of the capital request. So with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Thank you, Mr. Beltz. Any questions of the board? Dr. Murphy?
So I've got a number of questions, and almost all of it revolves around sort of price points and how those calculations were made and what the going competitive salaries are in those areas. But my one question is, on your graduate research assistantships at $20,000 per year, is that competitive within the agricultural community? I mean, within the ag school, so to speak? Because that seems a tish below what we do, but I don't know how competitive that is within.
And so you can get the best possible answer, I would call on Dr. Grafton to respond. Because if there's somebody with more knowledge than I have, it's...
Well, because I'd rather see us be competitive on them and have one less and maybe more money than per individual than be not competitive.
Madam Chairman, Dr. Murphy, yes, they're competitive.
We like your style.
Are they on, Dr. Grafton, are they on the upper end? I mean, this is a positive way to recruit students.
Madam Chairman, Dr. Murphy, they're competitive. They're not on the upper end, but they're competitive.
Okay. Then the other questions I have, and Professor Grafton, you might be best to answer these. On the virologist and the pulse crop technical support, I take it the FTE is out at, for instance, on a virologist is at $355,000 for 2 years, so roughly $175,000 a year. If we take fringe into that, we're talking about a $140,000 a year position. Am I getting that about right, or is that?
Madam Chairman, Dr. Murphy, you know, the range that we prepare for a biennial budget for an FTE position is $355,000. That's what we've been using for the past several biennia. So it's very similar to what we normally do.
Yeah, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is, what is the base salary for that position then?
Madam Chair, Dr. Murphy, I can't answer that because that would have to be a competitive bid or a competitive search, and we go with the best qualified individual that we can get relative to his or her capabilities and experiences. So the range could be, now these are 12-month employees, not 9-month employees.
Right.
And the range could be anywhere from, typically for an assistant professor, $80,000 to $75,000 to $85,000 a year. It could be at an associate professor level. It could be in that $85,000 to $100,000 per year range. And if we're fortunate enough to find someone that's at a full professor level and interested in coming to start a new program at NDSU, It could be in that, in the range of upwards of 140,000.
Yeah, which is sort of what I calculated, ballpark. And so what you're actually doing is you're asking for these funds at 355, but you really don't know the level of faculty member you're recruiting. Because this would be a faculty member then as well in plant sciences, I assume?
Madam Chairman, Dr. Murphy, the position would be in the Department of Plant Pathology.
Yeah, okay.
It would be a split appointment position, primarily with an experiment station split with a small college appointment.
Okay, great. So I just want to get an idea of how you calculated the salaries, because it seemed like it was, that explains the wide range. I mean, you're taking into account that you may be able to hire somebody at the full professor level who will bring a lot of additional prestige and stuff to the university, so that's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments? Mr. Belts, thank you. You've been very informative, and I learned a little bit more about extension today.
Thank
which
you.
I work along with in that great 4-H program of yours.
Thank you, Chair Nessa. And the one other thing I will reiterate that it is a separate bill, but by century code, SBAR still comes through this group to, I think, keep the higher education bill and that this aspect of the ag bill in sync. And somebody was very visionary, and while they set them up separately, making sure they meet with the State Board of Higher Education so that you're aware of what's going on that end.
Can you explain, is there a separate funding then, or
Yes, it's a completely separate state appropriation for agriculture.
for agriculture?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
But it must
Not
meet
the
with-
College of Agriculture, but Agricultural Affairs, which is the research station and extension.
Okay, but it comes under your,
It's an affiliated agency in a sense. It falls, it's complicated.
I'm working on it.
It falls under NDSU, but for oversight, but
Right.
it's separate funding sources, it's accounted separately. The positions, many of the positions are split positions between NDSU positions and ag appropriation positions. This is a bookkeeping nightmare, but very
Okay.
carefully separated so that the funding tracks where the activity level is.
and the oversight by the board falls into each of these?
Technically, I believe that the budget is a pass-through, the ag appropriation budget, the SBAR budget is a pass-through with this board. It's more of a communications mechanism than.
Who does oversee that then, if it's not us?
It goes through your board for review and approval, and then we present to OMB and the Appropriations Committee on the House and Senate side when it gets to legislature, so.
Okay, but then we do have some oversight on it then?
Yeah, but 2 sessions ago, it was amended to where it says in Century Code that you cannot modify what we present to you, and it has to be passed through as presented to you, so. The thing I wanted to stress is there are firewalls.
Sure.
The money that goes to ag, the ag experiment station cannot go to the university and vice versa. Money that's meant for ag stays in ag and vice versa. They can't cross, they don't cross, they will never cross because it can't happen, so.
By century
But
code.
it's century code, and we are very careful that can't happen, so.
Okay, thank you.
But if I could just comment,
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
absolutely,
We
Chancellor.
have good communications. President Bashani set up meetings with me to get briefs by them. They've come by before, and actually, a lot of what we're talking about in technology obviously relates to what they're doing, so the communication thing's working pretty well. And so I appreciate you guys feeding us all. We do thank you for that, too.
Thanks again.
Thanks again, Mr. Belts. All righty.
Chair Nessett, if you're ready,
Yes.
well, the last but not least would be the Northern Crops Institute. As you may recall, Northern Crops Institute is a cooperative arrangement between North Dakota, Minnesota, Montana, and South Dakota for crop development and promotion. And their reach literally is on an international basis of creating those crops and promoting those crops worldwide for geographic locations and northern climates and conditions. Very pleased to introduce the director, Mark Weber. While they are helping feed the world, I personally think their most important contribution has been the recent creation of green and gold pasta shaped in a bison head. But I may be
agree.
biased.
I like my bison crunch, too.
There we go.
That's ice cream for those of you
Thank
who
you,
don't.
Madam Chair and members of the State Board. And yes, what he said is true. Soon we'll be making some pasta, and the Bison football team will be eating that as their pregame meal. So Bison pasta, it'll be in green and gold. So anyway, basically, I'd like to just take a couple minutes to reiterate the mission of the NCI, some of our success stories and our position. Basically, we are asking to be reinstated to the budget level that was approved in the last legislative session. We have prepared a budget at 90% at the governor's request. The total dollars on the biennium is about $210,000. This region has had an explosion in different crops, the cropping mix in this region, and as a result, we've been called on time and time again to increase educational programming for our customers and technical support to regions around the world. We've been called upon to travel increasingly to reach those customers as well as bring them here. The number of programmings that we're doing now has about tripled since our inception, and those efforts have paid off. One quick example, U.S. Wheat Associates sent a flour miller here from Indonesia, a first-time flour mill that was being built. They brought samples of wheat that they had purchased from Australia. We put those wheat samples and compared them to our wheat samples in the baking lab to show them how those would perform. They went back and made a first-time purchase of U.S. wheat to the tune of $9 million, and those sales have continued to increase. So an example there of the kind of work that we do. And we will continue to build on those accomplishments, and we've become a lot more efficient in the process. The last few years, we have done some significant improvements in our space. We have not added any staff for 2 or 3 bienniums. We filled our technical director's position with a part-time consultant with 30 years of as a food scientist in the private sector. We've sought partnerships with the other land-grant universities, and one of our strategic points is to enhance our cooperative efforts with the private sector even more than what we have done in the past. Prior to the 2015 legislature, we went to the legislature, we had evaluated our current funding, and we found it to be adequate at that time, and therefore we did not seek any additional increases to the Northern Crops Institute at the 2015 session. But if we are unable to restore the budget to at least the 2015 base, we are prepared to cut back on our overseas travel where we deliver educational programming and technical support, including the food and feed safety programs that we have recently initiated, and any new equipment purchases we would put on hold. We try to keep up to a world-class facility in terms of our equipment purchases, but we would put them on hold for the time being. So that is it in a nutshell. That is the position of the Northern Crops Institute. Again, to reiterate, we would respectfully ask that we be restored to the 2015 baseline level. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Any comments or questions from the board?
Mark, our family has 2 shades of green in our family. My wife and daughter and I are bison green, and our son and daughter are UND grads, and their children are Sioux green. So will there be a fighting hawk pasta?
Well, that would be a lot of fun.
Good answer.
Might be a politician.
He might be a
Awaiting the final logo.
fighting
Probably.
hawk.
Well,
Oh, we
yeah,
do need a logo. True.
It'll have to be on spaghetti, though, because it's going to be so long.
You know, this meeting has been going pretty well so far, guys. Mr. Weber, thank you. Any comments or questions? We really appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair Nassett, that does it for the affiliated organizations with NDSU.
Thank you. We appreciate your time, Dr. Brashani. Okay, with that, we have, we are tasked with taking a form of approval. I'll defer again to our counsel here, Nick, with items 9B, C, D, and E, which Tammy and Dr. Brashani have reviewed for us. Now, if the board is comfortable, I would look that we do move these forward as approved status by a motion. Is that correct? And the idea is that, you know, I believe that we have thoroughly reviewed these. We have had the opportunity to discuss them, and if we can forward them for the system office with approval from the board, I think that would further the work here. So is there a motion for approval of items B, C, D, and E?
I so move approval.
Thank you, Kevin. A second?
I'll second.
Brett, thank you. Christie?
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. All right, thank you. And really, thank you very much for those presentations. At this point, we're at the Chancellor's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Again, I know there's some people here who weren't here yesterday, so some of this is a summary, but a lot of great discussion was held yesterday, and I want to thank the Chancellor's Cabinet for incredible work they're doing. As you've heard me say before, it's like the biggest distributed think tank in the upper Midwest are these 11 campuses, all these researchers, the presidents, and the many, many members of their teams. You saw some of the lists of how many people have been on these teams. But to kind of recap some of the key things, yesterday we discussed the governance, trying to improve the presidential review process, working with Dr. Mason and Mike Ness, Larry Scogan, and myself, and finding best practices. And with the support of the board yesterday, which is part of the reason why we delayed the review of the contracts, is to lean forward rather than a status quo, and we will come back as soon as next week to talk about that governance innovation of the staggered contracts for the tiers. Then we'll continue the work on the assessment committee, which will require a policy change. With regard to the mission brief, wonderful presentation by Dr. Scogan, and there are implications in there. It was mainly focused on two-year schools, but we do have a proposal we've been working on community colleges, and that would come up in a later meeting. So not just the study, we identified the needs, but now we have a potential solution, which I think we should at least try to go forward, even in a tight budget condition. Administrative costs, great work by Dr. Feldner and all, and that will continue to try to get further granularity in the data. And then probably most importantly, well, all these are important, but shared services, you saw the list of things we're working on. That work will continue. These teams will continue to meet, and a lot of work is already being done. On retention, same thing with PAR. We're continuing that, but we are now adding the Rapid Reaction Task Force. I want to thank Dr. Hagan again for taking that on to rapidly share lessons. And we had planned to have a Chancellor's Cabinet meeting in July, even before the news on the potential budget tightening even more. I guess the most urgent thing, though, I would ask the board is we had the tuition discussion, that we had a tuition policy that was approved last year that the best way I could describe it was, concrete shoes. All the presidents would have to conform to this fairly rigid model. And with your permission last fall, you said, go back and modify where it makes sense. And one of the principles of the roundtable was to allow presidents to adapt to their very unique conditions. Williston is an entirely different marketplace than is Wapaton. So Dr. Richmond has done wonderful work with his team, painstakingly, and there were some issues echoed by President Schaefer, but we had follow-on discussions, and I would like to basically, the consensus of here is we proceed with that tuition model work and then add in the waivers over the next few months and come back with then the tuition recommendations you saw, which allow more flexibility, adaptability within the limits, and then the waivers are part of that, so that in the end, by September, October, you'll be able to approve that new plan, which is crucial to have going into the legislative session, but also to start to address things like distance fees and other things. There has to be more predictability for the presidents to manage their very complex systems. So that was kind of the summary of what we covered yesterday and what you'll be seeing going forward. Last thing, you heard the speaker today talk about the speed of change. And we also have that initiative working and compliments to UND on unmanned systems and NDSU on cybersecurity, doing good work. I have about 6 emails in here from the Nexus ND effort. And the high-performance computing is still a question we still need to address. I may come back to you in September on perhaps having one of the campuses take the lead for that, just because, quite frankly, with my staff, with effectively an 18% budget cut with more allotments coming, I think we're going to have to ask a campus probably to take the lead on that. So those were the various issues we covered, and again, I want to thank them for all the incredible work they are doing. And, if there's any questions for me by any board members on the recap there. And obviously the budget, that's the other one. the budget will be working, Chancellor's Cabinet will meet, and I'll work with Ms. Dolan to see if we have another guidance memo to come up through this summer.
Board, any questions of the Chancellor? All right, Chancellor, thank you. Appreciate that update. At this point, we move on to our committee reports from Budget, Finance, Facilities Committee, and this is Mr. Morton.
Yes, I'd ask Tammy and Rick to just come up, be ready to answer any questions. We'll go through each of these items one by one. The first one is FY17 NDUS Office and State Board of Higher Education budget. The information that we had at our budget meeting did not include salaries and compensation, and we did pass that, and that was also a recommendation from the Chancellor's Cabinet. Is there any discussion of item number 10?
I might just make a quick comment on this if I can.
Yes, please.
And please correct me if I'm not reading this in the right manner, but I think it's important, as it appears that the committee and the office has done, to keep initiatives like mental health and campus security funded appropriately. And as far as I can tell, it looks like they are, and as our state grapples with these issues in our country as well, I think it's important, and I commend that work.
Well, I think the Chancellor and the Cabinet deserve, they make good recommendations to us. Anybody else? Is there a motion to approve item 10?
Want to take?
We're going to do them each separately.
Separate?
I'll move approval then of item number 10.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes.
Okay, item number 11, authorization for NDSU to proceed with Walster Hall Laboratory Renovation Project at an estimated cost of $500,000, funded from the 2015-2017 Extraordinary Repair Funds and required match. Any discussion here? Any questions?
I'll just ask, this was all reviewed in committee?
All reviewed in
comes with your
committee?
recommendation?
Yes, and recommended. Comes highly recommended. Hearing none, can we have a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes.
Excellent. Item number 12, authorization for NDSU to enter into the attached capital lease agreements and operating agreements with NDSU Research and Technology Park for the Research 1 and Research 2 buildings. This is a refinancing opportunity to save money. Are there any questions? Crystal clear? Clear as mud?
I guess I'll ask again, capital lease agreement, this has been vetted by legal.
And there's
Madam Chair, from what my understanding is, what this allows them to do is to make better utilization of Research 2 and open it up to other opportunities and other people that could come in and do research in that facility. So it not only helps with our space utilization, it also helps with the utilization of that space that we, Dr. Bashani, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when it was originally financed, it was financed that only university research could be there. This opens up other opportunities for the facility.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And there's more context underneath there. Any further questions or discussion? Eric, you make me nervous when you don't have any questions.
I can come up with something.
Please, okay.
But I was giving everybody a little bit of a
move approval.
wall.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
A second.
I'll second.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yep.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Tammy, and thank you, Cabinet.
Did we do 13?
Yeah, there's one more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 13, authorization for NDSU to request adoption of a resolution approving the issuance of not to exceed $10,900,000 State Board of Higher Education of the State of North Dakota State University Housing Auxiliary Facilities Revenue Refunding Bonds, Series 2016A, for the purpose of refinancing the outstanding NSU Housing Auxiliary Facilities Revenue Bonds, Series 2007, maturing on and after April 1st, 2017, and paying the cost of issuance of the Series 2016A bonds. Do we have to approve each A, B, C, and D, or can we do them all together? Authorization of the execution of a supplemental indenture of trust, bond purchase agreement, and related documents. C, authorize the NDSU President and Vice President for Finance and Administration to approve the sale of the bonds, Series 2016A, provided the rate not exceed 5%, provided the present value of the debt service savings is not less than 3%, the approximate final date upon which the principal amount of the obligation will mature or become payable is April 1, 2036. I think our term will be done by then. Appoint the firm of Arnsten Stewart Wegner PC as the bond counsel, and Feldman Roloff and Associates, independent financial advisors to government, as a financial advisor. Any questions on this resolution?
Move approval?
Second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
And Mr. Morton, I do have actually have a question here. This is for the University Village A that we see on the NDUS non-state appropriate funded
Yes.
capital projects, correct?
Yes.
For the University Village Replacement Phase 1? Okay. Thank you.
Ready? Mr. Steeman?
Yep.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker? Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. Mr. Morton, thank you. And nice work of the committee.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now on to Academic and Student Affairs Committee report. Ms. Reichert?
So the one item that we have for action today is authorization for these 4 institutions to continue to operate in North Dakota. Century Code 1518.1 requires the board to grant authorization to these institutions. They have physical locations in North Dakota. The first 3 are located on our Air Force bases, and then the 4th, Rasmussen, has a facility in Fargo. And we rely on Dr. Spilavoy to do a lot of the legwork for us here, and she has confirmed that these have met their criteria, and so our committee recommended approval.
Thank you. Any questions, the board? Comments? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve?
So move.
And a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Christie?
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. Thank you. And once again, thanks to your committee work, Ms. Reichert. 2016-2017 State Board of Higher Ed Business. Item number 15, election of State Board Higher Ed officers for the coming year. Nick, I'll ask your assistance in guiding us through this process.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Board Policy 310.2 requires that by July 1st that you elect new officers or officers for the next year. So I would imagine that you can go through discussion and then, in terms of nominating people, go through the motion process and then have a vote.
Okay. All right, thank you. And the positions that we need to fill are the chair, vice chair.
That's it.
That's it?
Secretary.
Well, that's an appointed position.
Secretary is appointed?
Yeah.
Okay, so to be, today for action of the board is the chair and the vice chair?
Yes.
Okay, first off, from the board, are there any questions on the process or any input before we ask for a motion? Is it preferable to do either position first, one or the other?
It's
Doesn't-
listed in the policy first as chair and
Okay.
vice chair, but
Okay, and that's the way we'll do it. First off, any
Madam
general?
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Steeman.
Would it be okay if I make a nomination?
Yes, you may make a nomination.
I would move to nominate Chairman Kathy Nesset, remain in her current position.
All righty. Are there any additional nominations for the chair position? Do I conduct this?
Does that need a second?
It does, I'm looking for nominations, so don't we?
No.
Oh.
You've got nominated. I would second that.
I'm looking for additional nominations.
And, yeah, now, that was a motion to nominate you. And I need a second that. We can get other nominations, too.
I will go back seriously. Do I conduct this part of the business, or do I hand this off to the chancellor or somebody? all
Madam
seriousness.
Chair, members of the board, in terms of the vote?
Yes, in terms of the nominating and the vote.
No, I think, there's been a motion
Okay.
to nominate you. There's a second.
Okay.
And per practice, it would now be up to a roll call vote.
All righty. Christie?
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes.
Congratulations.
You made it unanimous.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the support. I look forward to serving as the board chair for another year. Thank you. Now, on to vice chair. Are there any questions before we go to nominations? Hearing none, we will now open this to nominations for vice chair.
Madam Chairman, I would nominate Don Morton.
Thank you. And is there a second on that nomination?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, we have a second and a third. Okay, once again, I'm going to defer. Do we vote at this point, or do we look for more nominations?
Go ahead and vote.
Okay, we will vote at this point.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. Mr. Morton, do you have any words for us?
I'm awfully happy to see you in the chair again.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Board. I think this is, it's important work that we're doing, and I do look forward to us. I have to say that I think that we do have a very, very good board and highly functioning board put together, and I've enjoyed the past year. So, thank you. As we move forward, we now are at the fun part of the meeting. We have a presentation recognition plaques to outgoing board members. Before we do that, I do want to take one moment. Chancellor, do you? Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I missed one part. This is still fun, too. Item 16, State Board of Higher Ed Committee appointments. I apologize. We have the handout amongst the board members. We do not need to go over this. Okay. Everybody has the changes to committees for the coming year. Are there any questions or requests? Ms. Tufte?
Chair Nesset, the document in front of us indicates that we may not renew membership in the MICHI, the Midwest Higher Education Compact. By the acceptance of this document, does that bind the board to that decision, or will that be a future agenda item?
I will defer to Tammy Dolan to help with some information on this.
Yeah, we are still working through, these are all the budget implications, and now with this news from yesterday, because these are obviously major expenditures on our part, so you're not bound by that. We'd come back and brief you on that. Do you have anything else to add, Tammy? Okay.
Ms. Tufte, did that answer your question? Okay, are there any other questions or comments on the appointments as presented? Then I would look for a motion, oh, excuse me, these are appointments. We do not need an action on this. Okay, then those are complete. Now we're ready for board recognition. And before we go into that, I would like to take a moment and point out that one other individual who is with us is President Schaefer. We'd like to take a moment to recognize, before we go into our board members who are with us for their final meeting, I'd like to just have a few words for you, Doctor, you've got an elevated again. President Schaefer, President Schaefer, you and Nancy have worked very, very well as President and First Lady of UND, and we want to thank you very much. I am going to go through some notes here that have been presented because I want to make sure I don't miss anything. One point that was brought up, you've been an active statesman-like leader, and I will say that that is one thing that is missing in this world these days, is statesmanship. You have done that, and you have elevated the University of North Dakota by the work that you have done there. You have taught leadership and our food system. It's a course that was available to students at UND and NDSU. To me, that is a culmination of lead by example. That is collaboration at its finest. I think I commend you for that. You came into this role at a difficult time. You came in here January 15th, at a time in our budget cycle that has been trying at best, and I commend you for the work that you have done. Overall, in the end, the university, through your guidance, has trimmed $21.5 million to balance your budget, and this allowed the university to invest in top university priorities. We commend you for that. That is excellent work. I would also like to point out President Schaefer and First Lady Nancy Schaefer have truly involved themselves with the campus community. They have, perhaps Brett could attest to this, that you have really endeared yourself to the students, and that is something that is so important to us. You've created an atmosphere of open communication. And I would like to point out that the student government presented President Schaefer with the Gordon Henry Award for dedication to students. And the National Residence Hall Honorary presented President Schaefer with honorary membership for having made outstanding contributions to the Residence Hall system at the University of North Dakota. Thank you. With that, I would just like to say in my own words and from the board, on behalf of the board, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the board, Chancellor, and certainly the Chancellor's staff. I want to thank you all for the opportunity that I've had to lead the University of North Dakota through this few short months. And as I mentioned at our farewell party the other night, you know, Nancy and I came in knowing this period of time and had expected to walk through that time period and exit stage left or whatever it is at the end of our term. And along the way, we came a little more attached to the university than we planned. So it is going to be a harder time to leave this great institution, but we do leave the University of North Dakota in good hands with our new president, Mark Kennedy, but importantly, with a new direction and a new position. The university is exciting. It is moving forward. The student experience on campus is going to be better. And I really do personally appreciate the opportunity and want to thank each of you for that time allowing me to be there. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. you, President Schaefer. And we do have work to do right up to June 30th. So we will be looking for your guidance for another week or so. And after that, we will, of course, welcome Congressman Kennedy to fill these shoes. Thank you very much. Now move on to our board members that we have. I would like to begin with Ms. Tufte. Emma, you have been absolutely wonderful working on this board. You have represented the staff admirably. I am thrilled. I have told you many times that I think that you have absolutely been a professional on this board, and we'd like to recognize your service with a plaque, if you'd come forward.
I did try to change her mind, but I saw it wasn't that I was getting nowhere with my arguments. But best wishes, Emma. You and Kathy said it so very well. I think you really made such an impact on our board. Thank you.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Thank you very much.
I'll keep it short because that's what I'm known for. But it's been a wonderful pleasure to serve with all of you. And this has definitely been a memorable year of my life, and I've learned so much from each of you.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure Dr. Mason will miss you as we will. We wish you well. And now we have at this point, I would like to move to our student. I will tell you what we are laughing about. I owe a tremendous apology that I have not recognized our final meeting of our dear, dear, dear Eric Murphy. Dr. Murphy, I do not have a plaque for you. I could take Brett's,
route, I promise.
Yeah. I could take Brett's name off here for 5 minutes. Do you mind if we do could we tape over it just for a moment here, just for a picture? You know, I'll be honest with you, Dr. Murphy, I do apologize to you. I don't have a plaque for you. This is the level of professionalism that we pride ourselves in, but we might have slipped right here. And you know what? It's okay. You know, you have always been one of a kind on this board. And I will say, you will take that right out the door with you, is that you are going to be one of a kind. You get a special goodbye. And with that, it will be a goodbye. But we truly, in all honesty, you have made us think. You have been thought-provoking. You have brought the questions forward, and I'll tell you, I think I've actually, you know, enjoyed building the friendship with you. It's just been tremendous. And with that, if we can thank Dr. Murphy for his service to the board.
I would echo that too, and Eric, I have been impressed for an Ohio State grad. You went beyond my expectations, but you've certainly represented the faculty very, very well. Thank you very much.
And all I'll say is just a couple little things. This has been such an eye-opening experience. I think when you come in as a faculty member, you have no idea what goes on in higher education. I mean, we're sort of you know, we're on the front line, so to speak, but we have no idea what's going on and how everything happens, and the money and all the things and the care that I think that this body puts into all the decisions. And frankly, I think the system's in very good hands. We're becoming one system. We have great leadership across our campuses. I've enjoyed working and discussing everything with each and every president and all the board. It's been a tremendous experience, and I know Ernst Pining is here, and he'll be moving into this position on July 1st, but you know, and I hope you will welcome him and I know he'll do a tremendous job as well. But thank you so much, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to serve.
Eric, it's been a real pleasure working with you, and now I got to stop reading the newspaper and read Mad Magazine, as I told you at lunch today, just to keep up the humor. And thanks for your service. It's been wonderful, and you come prepared to meetings, and you know what's going on, and I really appreciate your, not only that, but your friendship.
Thank you, Eric. We appreciate that. And Ernst, now, once again, we still have work to do until June 30th, Eric, so all three of you, and Ernst will welcome you in July. Thank you for being with us. Now we will move on to our student member. And Brett Johnson, this is your final meeting through the end of July again, or excuse me, through the end of June 30th, excuse me. Brett, you have been our student that has been, to me, the absolute professional young student that we are so proud to have come through our university system. You have been very thoughtful in these meetings. I think that you have elevated this board to another level by showing how thorough and how professional you can be. So with that, I would like to thank you for your service for this year.
And I would, again, Kathy said it very well. I thought you had big shoes to fill we really had a great student before you, and you certainly did that and beyond. And it's been such a pleasure, and we just wish you the very best in medical school. As our board gets older, we're glad we know we got bright young doctors like you to depend on in our future years. But best of luck, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank the Student Association and the governor for appointing me. It's been a truly great experience. And I have to admit, my first board meeting was just as a student attending in the audience, and to date it was probably March 2013, which was an interesting first meeting to be at for the state board. But I can say we've made a lot of strides since then, and this has truly been kind of my learning lab outside of the classroom, and that's how I viewed this as a learning experience. So thank you all for helping be my teachers, my professors, for Dr. Murphy for quizzing me on why glucose is phosphorylated. Thank you for keeping me up on my biology. But truly, thank you for this experience.
Brett, thank you very much. I think Dr. Wynn's going to have a new lobbyist in his medical school. And best wishes for the future. Thanks. Nice job.
And for all of you, I know we speak on behalf of the board members who are not here as well. It's been thoroughly enjoyable, all three of you. You are a class act. Thank you. All righty. Assessment of the meeting and potential future agenda items. Does the board have any comments on this or agenda items for the upcoming meeting?
I would like to get on the agenda board schedule. I'd really like to have a deep discussion around moving to quarterly board meetings in the new fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. That can be noted for upcoming regular meeting, the next regular meeting that we would discuss.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to get the information as soon as possible, so I have time to review it and study it and be prepared.
I second that. Good point, Kevin. Thank you. Okay. Timeliness of delivery of materials. Okay. Any other items or comments about the board agenda? Okay, public comment. We now are open for public comment. If anyone would like to come forward and share anything.
Chair
right.
Nesset,
Yes.
if I may.
Yes.
I promised to add a 30-minute monologue because I know he was hoping to get back to Grand Forks. But what I would like to do is point out that Andy Wakeford is here with us today, and he will be serving as your next staff advisor.
Thank
so
you.
I hope that you will welcome him to the board as much as you've done for me.
Andy? Thank you very much, Andy. We welcome you. And I know we're down to we are a Friday afternoon, right? Do we know who our new student member is, Brett? Don't know yet. If you know, take us out of suspense before the end of the meeting here. Okay, on to future board meeting. As you know, we have a lot of work to be done yet here for this year, and I'm saying by June 30th of 2016. So we will have a meeting. It is tentatively scheduled for June 23rd. Christy, can you update us with what you're finding out from schedules? Because we're finding that this is going to be a very important board meeting. It will be a special meeting with only discuss the items that are put on the agenda. Christy, do we have any update on the scheduling or when this might be?
We were considering doing June 28, 29, or 30th, but legal is out those days.
Okay.
Both know I think, so.
At this point,
It's gonna take time.
yeah, we'll come up with a schedule and make sure that it is posted appropriately and everybody has their information ahead of time. Chancellor, do you have any input on this?
No, I just want to thank you again for giving more people time, or more time for people to read the evaluations and again, be responsive to the proposal, which we talked, I guess, 2 other board meetings of breaking out the 2-year and the 4-year. That's the new twist of giving more time and more board involvement. So thank you for giving more time for people to ponder that, and look forward to the next meeting.
All righty, thank you. With that, the board business is concluded and the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.